Hi, everybody. Give me a second to set the settings. Nice to see you. What? Ow, ow, that's my pants. What are you doing? It is, of course, always a pleasure to see everybody who's anybody, and that's anybody who's in here to see me. I am your host, Rogan. This is my friend Zoe. She's pretty fat for a bird. She's an ostrich, and she's a little overweight. I have two ostriches. Perhaps you know that. Some of you are longtime subscribers. What's up, Zoe? Give me just a second to line up the begging cup for tips in the chat. I am, of course, either in need of a legal defense fund or like needs to leave town, and probably like both. What you doing, Zoe? I love you too, buddy. I don't think Zoe wants me to sing any more than Sophie does. And Sophie doesn't like it when I sing. What I can do about that, really? Sing quietly, that's what I'll do. I'll sing quietly. There we go. Is now in the pinned comments. I was going to play guitar for a minute, but now I got a cat problem. If you have cats, you know, or ostriches, you know, you can't really do anything but let them decide when they're going to get up once they start behaving like this. You're very sweet, Zoe. All right, are we? I love you, Zoe. She usually doesn't have much attention span for this kind of snuggling. All right, I got to get up, Zoe. I know it sucks. Don't worry, buddy. I'll be here to snuggle later. You can go out. Yeah. I can't throw away the box this guitar came in because Zoe loves hiding in it so much. Hi, Daniel. How are ya? Let's see. What are we gonna start with here? At my door, the leaves are falling. A cold, wild wind will come. Sweet hearts walk by together, and I still miss someone. I go out on a party, and I look for a little fun. I find a darkened corner, 'cause I still miss someone. Oh no, I never got over your blue eyes. I see them everywhere. I miss those arms that held me when all of the love was there. I wonder if she's sorry for leaving what we had begun. There's someone for me somewhere, and I still miss someone. I never got over your blue eyes. I see them everywhere. I miss those arms that held me when all of the love was there. I wonder if she's sorry for leaving what we had begun. There's someone for me somewhere, and I still miss someone. Oh baby, I still miss someone. That's a Johnny Cash song. You perhaps already know that. Some of you, of course, would already know that. Let's see. What else have I got? What? My new plan is to not smoke on stream, so the pipe is over there. I don't know how long that's gonna work. We'll see what I can manage. I see a bad moon rising. I see trouble on the way. I see a pair of wings lightning. I see a bad time today. Don't go out tonight, for it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hear hurricanes blowing. I know the end is coming soon. I hear a tornado blowing. With the voice of praise and ruin. Well, don't go out tonight, for it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. I hope you have got your shit together. I hope you are quite prepared to die. For it looks like we are in for nasty weather. One eye I'm thinking for an eye. Well, don't you go out tonight, for it's bound to take your life. 'Cause there's a bad moon on the rise. Well, don't go out tonight, for it's bound to take your life. There's a bad moon on the rise. More people come in when I make a post first before I go live. Maybe I should be a little better about that. Nice to see you in here on a Monday afternoon, a Monday evening. It's 5:30 where I am. 3:30 in California. People try to tell me what they think is right. I don't listen to them. Don't know day from night. I go through life searching, hoping to find the one. But I go slip, you go slip away. And I don't need you to help me find my way. I can make it if I just don't see your face. First I had a problem, I didn't know what to do. Now I've got no problem, all I had was you. Yes, I go on searching, trying to find the one. But I go slip, you go slip away. and I don't need you to help me find my way. I can make it if I just never see your face. You have no conception of what it is to be around you. You seem to want to hell with my complexion. I'm just a pipeful nearer to you. Ooh, sex me up, a woman with you. I gal, I could be a real cartoon for you. Never let your face fall through whiskey. Long evenings, we'll be having a ceremony. Deja vu to you. Deja vu to you. I'll earn the lack of rim nails. Deja vu to you. I said a taxing woman, she's a treat for my sore eyes. I said a taxing woman, she's a treat for my sore eyes. Next time I called a clue, said me to set you, isn't it? Time I called a clue from a taxing woman. Hey, 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 hey. Say what I say. I say, ow. I say, a taxing woman is a treat for my sore eyes. I say, a taxing woman is a treat for my sore eyes. I say, a taxing woman is a treat for my sore eyes. Hey, Joe. I had a backup drive that I thought that had been beaten up so much that I thought it wouldn't work, and it needed a weird cord to hook it up. And it was backed up from a save point like a few years ago. I thought, but it has kind of my most recent stuff. I mean, I stopped writing a while ago. Like, it does have a version of the last script I was working on. But it didn't want to read the drive for a minute when I plugged it in. So I think last time I plugged it in, it did this thing where it wanted to insist on repairing the drive and then said it couldn't. Second time I plugged it in, I opted to just not repair the drive, and it let me open the files that were supposedly corrupted. And I had to sort of open them an odd way to get it to work. So it's not like at the last save point, but the last save point, I wasn't doing any active writing. So what I lose if I just use the stuff from this is a whole bunch of lists and movies of movies and stuff. Like there was a whole bunch of stuff like that, notes on things to do, address book updates, stuff like that. So the other hard drive now is really about recovering my music library, because that was basically up to date on that front. Like it's not, pretty sure all the writing is on this drive. And now that I have Final Draft, I can open the Final Draft files. I didn't have Final Draft until like 2 days ago when I bought it. So like I was fooling around with starting to it's all ready to send out some Final Drafts. No, I have to go over the scripts. I gotta make sure they're formatted right. Just do little line edits, and I think there's a lot of revision to do, because the screenplays look a little different these days. You capitalize a lot more stuff. You underline. Hey, Sophie. So yeah. I mean, but yeah. At least 3 or 4 good scripts are ready to look at there. I shouldn't send out a package to agents without having something new, but on the other hand, that it's not requisite. Like I've got 4 or 5 scripts that are ready to shoot, ready to sell. Also, a couple of things that I thought were sort of dead in the water and I couldn't use for one reason or another. Like the 2 scripts I wrote to be follow-ups for Attic Expedition. So technically, I should probably share the writing credit with Jeremy on those. Like I did all the writing, but he hovered in my creative space the whole time, workshop dialogue and stuff on the Green Futures of Tycho and the Demon Files. But now I don't like have a problem just showing it to an agent, being like, I don't talk to that guy anymore, but it's half his script. Jeremy's a pro, like that's or just putting only my name on it, and then worrying about it later when somebody actually wants to buy the script, being like, okay, I gotta include Jeremy on this deal. It's like 10 years have gone by. It's I'm a little more comfortable with stuff like that. My script for Gary Razor's Less Than Human, I didn't want to have to deal with him personally. I'm sure he's around, but again, I can just go get an agent. Then I can worry about when somebody's like, oh my God, the script is fire. Then I can be like, okay, we got to include this dodgy other writer, stuff like that. But I think I have the special, which last time I looked at my scripts, that was completely dead in the water because they had just made another version of that script. But that movie turned out so weak and low budget that I don't think I need to worry about it. It's almost 10 years old. Or it's like 6 years old, something like that. The special, Less Than Human, The Green Futures of Tycho, The Demon Files, Last Exit to Babylon. I got 2 that are unfinished that just need rewriting. Well, I don't know about rewriting. And one of those I thought was dead in the water because I wrote this. So there's a series of detective novels by Ross MacDonald about a character named Lou Archer. And I wanted to write a Lou Archer movie. And so I wrote a draft, just a rough draft going through the novel. And then I read like 2 days after that the Coen brothers had optioned Lou Archer and they were going to make a Lou Archer movie. So I was like, well, fuck. Like now that's just dead in the water. But there was never a Coen brothers Lou Archer movie. So I guess they couldn't pull it together. I've read all the books in the series, or almost all of them. I picked the one where he actually has a romantic interest. Like I skipped way ahead in the series. He only... In one of the stories, he's always just a grim single guy who lives alone, Lou Archer, and in one of the novels, an ex-girlfriend of his gets involved in the mystery he's investigating. Lou Archer is he's the model for the movie Chinatown, Polanski's Chinatown with Jack Nicholson. Chinatown's very much just a Lou Archer movie with it's a different detective's name. They did make 2 Lou Archer movies that I think were weak. William Goldman wrote them. Paul Newman played him. First one's called Harper, and the second one's called The Drowning Pool. They changed the name to Harper. And now I don't think you could use Archer because of the cartoon. But again, that also, I don't know that show's that famous anymore. The name Archer may have been recovered. So, yeah, I wanted to read scripts out loud in here because I'm going to have to read them anyway before I send them out. I'm having a lot of trouble doing any kind of writing task. Yeah, I'm having trouble. But I got some scripts open, and yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm going to ask the AI exactly how I submit scripts, actually. I know I want to submit scripts to the William Morris Agency because I love William Morris, the designer and writer. So I assume that the William Morris Agency, it's related, that they're both in the same family, those 2 William Morrises. Right? They must be. And what I'm going to ask the AI in the computer. Is the William Morris, who was a famous designer of furniture and wallpaper, related to the William Morris whose namesake is the talent agency? I phrased that.
No, the 2 William Morrises are not related. The William Morris, who was a renowned designer of furniture and wallpaper, lived in the 19th century and was a key figure in the arts and crafts movement in Britain. And the William Morris, whose name is associated with the talent agency, is from a different time period and background, and the 2 do not share any familial connection.
Why did the AI voice stutter a little bit? That was weird. Why would you have that do that? It seems strange, doesn't it? All right, I still want to work. I want an agent at the William Morris Agency anyway. Also, William Morris's home office is in the building next door to the building where my wife's divorce lawyer was in Miami. And every time I had to go over there to deal with the divorce lawyer, I would look over at the William Morris like shingle and be like, it's not, it's order operations, order operations. Like you can't just walk in and be like, I'm a screenwriter. Can I have an agent? Like there's ways and means. But yeah, let me line up the scripts first. Yeah, I'm gonna read them in here. How many did I just read off? 5. Yeah. Jeez. It set off the blue alert again. Sophie, you saw where I was talking about the blue alert in the group chat. Uh, it just totally interrupted the live stream to tell me again that that guy's still on the loose and nearby. The police are looking for a guy. Blue alert means probably a cop got injured. And the guy's like a quarter of a mile away. All right, I suppose it would behoove me to go out and try to catch him. To just go tackle him on the live stream, right? Wish I had a car. If I had a car, I would totally try to go find him. I don't know why they haven't got him. Like, is he hiding in a yard? He was spotted like a quarter of a mile from here. No, less, like more like an eighth of a mile from here. Huh. All right, I'm gonna play a couple more songs just for Sophie, because Sophie loves my singing. It's really hard to get her to calm down. She just like really. Town Hero, like wild comeback. Yeah, totally. No, I almost said that in the group chat. I was telling police dude, it's too bad you're not here because you could just level up and be super cop like immediately. Like you could go into local politics before you even finish being a street cop. And then I thought I didn't type it because that was already sociopathic enough. And I was like, yeah, I could make a town hero of myself. Oh yeah, the guy you were all calling a predator because somebody was lying. He tackled that cop shooter. I hope nobody got too bad hurt. I hope it's just, I don't know. I didn't hear a shootout around the corner or anything, but it might just be somebody they have a warrant out for from before. I don't know if it's an active situation. It's too far away for me to actually be nervous about it. Let's see. So yeah, I opened some of my old writing. I found an essay I wrote about Harlan Ellison. When I met Harlan Ellison in 2001, I thought I might read that. And I don't know. I guess I'll wait until some people come in. I don't know how many people even know who Harlan Ellison is anymore. Seems like the olders are all big fans of Ellison. Harlan Ellison was one of the guests of honor at Dragon Con the year we were promoting the Attic Expeditions 2001. And I ended up being like, he and I sat on a screenwriting panel where I was the only one who showed up because it was at 10 o'clock on Sunday morning and everybody else was like seasoned enough to know it was just going to be the Harlan Ellison show and anyone there was just going to be a foil to him. And Sunday morning at Dragon Con, like it was not easy to be then. Like we'd been burning the midnight oil. We'd been tearing up Atlanta. We lit Atlanta on fire. I mean, everybody likes Atlanta on fire. That's what Atlanta is for, right? But we also did. I vividly remember ranting at Jeffrey Combs at 3 a.m. about how he needed to play Edgar Allan Poe in something. And he ended up doing that one-man show as like old Edgar Allan Poe a while later. I think Brian Usna directed that for him. It's cool. I never saw it, but I was like, cool. But they finally, it would have been really a tragedy if Jeffrey Combs had never played Poe. All right, I'm going to play a couple more songs. I'm going to, I guess tonight is low-key stream. I got to build the bed, I guess. I'm really tired. I'm a little strung out. I'm ragged from stress. Hey, All Saints Day, how are you? Yeah, I'm just tired. I feel woozy. I feel like it's nap time. I feel like an old man. I kind of look like an old man today. The last couple of days, the stress has been really rough on me. I don't come in here to whine, though, do I? Yeah, you do, Rogan. Yeah, you do. You do come in here to whine. How are you doing, All Saints Day? Did I ask you that? I feel like I wrote another science fiction movie that should be here. I should look through Nightmare Unlimited. I wrote another horror movie, the Ramsey Campbell adaptation, Nightmare Unlimited, based on Incarnate. But the last time I talked to Ramsey, somebody had that under option, and it needs a little surgery. It's one of those weird things too, where it's kind of fixed now. I wrote a movie of Incarnate by Ramsey Campbell, and the comfortably paced and structured first draft was like 3.5 hours long. So I very carefully whittled it down. Once I got it down to a reasonable 2 hours, it was still a little long, and the first 20 pages don't hold together great. Like it comes into the clear and turns into a really good script, but if the first 20 pages are weak for a spec script, you can't do that. Like I know you guys are probably thinking the first 20 pages are weak in the script for almost every big Hollywood movie. That's because they work from the concept with the big people already on it. Like they don't come from a spec script. Spec script has to find its own ground, reader to script. Like it's not, nobody asked you to write that. So you can't futz the first 20 pages. Man, I really want to write a new script, but I was looking at Freaky Deaky and I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know. I'll read some of my old scripts. I don't like my writing. I don't, I know if you thought you were a pretty good writer and you've gotten over liking your own writing, it just means that you've entered a new phase as a writer. You have to start writing to find your new ground and your new voice. I don't want to do it. I'm too depressed. It's like there's weird red alarms and flags and alerts going off whenever I try to concentrate on that level. I don't know. Maybe I should try to do it drunk. Hey, Joey, how are ya? I forgot to call you again. I had so much to do today, and then I didn't really get it done. I had to get the bike repaired and then go to the DMV. The bike shop's closed Monday, so I just had to ride the broken bike to the store and then ride it back. And I was waiting for a call back from this law office. They finally got back to me to tell me they'll get back to me tomorrow. Everything's tomorrow. I'm trying to make a plan to leave town, a contingency plan to leave town. I'm working on it with a couple of fans. I haven't seen any of them in here yet. A couple of different ways I might do it. It's just, I'm thinking if the opposition really just wants me to leave town, mostly it'll fold up and go away if I leave town. Where am I going? I'm invited to Chicago. John Holmes in the chat has invited me to occupy his spare room in Chicago for a minute while I get on my feet. I can be Pie and Zoe. I just got to get a ride there. I don't have that much stuff. I would ideally rent a van so I could just carry Pie and Zoe and drive it. I don't have a driver's license, so I would need a driver. Hey, John Porky, how are you? I'd need somebody to share the driving, but the other plan I think is actually more fun, is to use some kind of cat rescue network to ferry Pie and Zoe ride by ride up to Chicago, and me hitchhike, just ship my stuff except for a bag of clothes and the guitar and hitchhike. Fly me in, I can drive, where are you at? I mean, that's the other thing I wanted to do, is work out the costs, because I got $1,400, probably $1,200 by now, because I'm bleeding money. Find a benefactor. Well, we should figure out the actual exact cost. You're in Buffalo. Naira said maybe also, like, I don't know how many people are in a position to, oh, so very ordinary, how are you? I don't have a credit card. I only have a debit card, so that means renting a U-Haul, and that's much more expensive than renting a car. If somebody has a smooth, clear credit card, then that would make it easier. Police dude, how are you? So, yeah, I mean, nobody wants me to flee town. You've got a secured credit card, because that could cut the cost way down. All right, Joe King. Yeah. And that's the other thing, too. Hitchhikers get killed, not me. Anyway, we got another plan already. We're working out. We can rent an Enterprise car. We can pack up the very little bit of stuff I have, ship some of it in a few boxes. It's mainly about Pie and Zoe. No. We can rent a car. If Joe King has a credit card, we can, you prefer cash rather than credit cards. Well, yeah, I mean, I have probably about $1,200, $1,300 now. We can do a weekend. So do you need the weekend to do it? You want to plan to do it this weekend? We can do the booking a few days in advance, probably save a little bit of money. Rent a car from here. and then it's Chicago, so it's not that long a drive. We could do it in 2 days. You just started at Chipotle, so what's your like? They would probably require you 2 or 3 weeks to get days off. Yeah, Naira's day job is like Uber or something like that. So Naira can just um yeah, one way rental, that's right. Naira can fly in and drive with me. Um they might be the best prospect right now. But I don't know. Let's talk about it and then like we'll do some research on the fly tonight. I should you know what, I should make notes. Yeah, John Holmes is in Chicago. I can move into his spare room. He's a musician and we could work on some stuff that's cool right away. Uh, he says it's a very gay neighborhood, and so no more women will be able to get near me and make of themselves the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. If the women are gay, that's great. That's great. I like gay women. They're safe. I'm safe from them. Another bumpy start to your new project. 9 to 6, no lunch break. Um, mm. um, yeah, I don't want to be stuck here. I don't know. I don't know if this. I don't know. I'm talking to a lawyer tomorrow. I don't know if this dries up and blows away. But the way I'm being shut out of the whole town makes it so it's best for me to just leave town anyway. It seems very much like the oppos will just stalk if I leave town. Like the problem is I'm in Hattiesburg and everybody here hates me because of this weird business. So like I can throw a lawyer at whatever online from afar if I need to. I mean the other, but I'm gonna I'm I did not get to talk to the lawyer, but it's tomorrow. They just hadn't had a chance to catch up. I don't know. They're the firm. They're discussing amongst themselves who's going to talk to me. I guess it's weird and complicated and interesting to the lawyer, obviously. So, I mean that. I think I'm probably the most successful live streamer in this part of Mississippi. Like there isn't anyone else doing this here. I may be wrong. There's got to be some people doing stuff on like TikTok and stuff. Chicago, enough circulating population that we're going to meet a bunch of new people. Yeah, we're already talking about musical projects. Yeah. And Chicago is urban enough that I can do live streaming stuff. Like, yeah, a bunch of the stuff that I wanted to do here that I've been sort of blocked because people are weird. Like, one thing I wanted to do was get some actors together to do just sort of stoned table readings of obscure plays. I thought that would be really fun. There's a whole bunch of plays nobody's produced in hundreds of years. They're floating around on the internet, I'm sure, because they're scanned in on you know, the Gutenberg project or whatever. So, like, there's some classic Gothic plays that I've never, like, nobody's ever produced them. Stuff like that. So, but getting a bunch of actors together to do just dry readings, hitchhiking blogs about it. Yeah, I mean, if that's the other thing, getting somebody to drive the cats, doing the thing where there are rescue organizations that I don't know, like cat friend organizations where you can pay somebody to transport your cats, driver by driver, town by town, state by state. The logistics are worked out. I don't know anything about those kinds of projects or those kinds of websites, but I have the money to pay for that. And then I could just hitchhike. Yeah, I got a couple of boxes of books and stuff, and I could just grab the guitar and a bag of clothes and go. Like, it's much more interesting than not hitchhiking, for sure. You can't legally drive and you're not in my country. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fans who would just drop what they're doing to help who just can't. Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was grueling hitchhiking out of Pennsylvania. Uh, Man, the fog in the mountains in the morning. It felt very Lord of the Rings. Walking through the mountains in Pennsylvania to try to get to Ohio. It felt very Lord of the Rings. Um, I hitched Pennsylvania to Ohio, but it was like I walked 35 miles in 2 days, and then I got 2 rides, and then I took a bus the rest of the way. I think it's called Williamsport, the small town in Pennsylvania that's the home office of the magazine Grit and the birthplace of Little League Baseball, because I saw the plaques around town while I was waiting for the bus. It took me 2 days. I walked 35 miles in 2 days, and like I thought there might be people coming after me. So I planned this very strange route walking up through the hills on back roads, and my phone died at the top of the itinerary. So I had no way to make videos or take pictures. I got one photo. It was amazing. Um, Greg Moon bought the ticket. Yes, that was a different leg of the journey. This was a little bit later. Chuck and John tried to buy me a ticket, and then they ended up buying me a ticket part of the way because there was no bus that comes anywhere near Mansfield, Pennsylvania, where I was stuck in a homeless halfway house. So first I was just going to go walk and do laundry, and then I realized the safe thing to do is ditch. So while I was doing my laundry, I figured out this crazy route, but I didn't even have my phone charger with me. I was like, I have my laptop with me. You know what? If I just leave that disarray on my bunk at the homeless shelter and take off on foot, it'll take them a day or two to realize I've actually left town. And because I left stuff that nobody would have left. Like, my own book was sitting out, like the book I wrote. So, yeah, it wound through the roads. I was talking about this in the group chat. I saw a crushed baby skull by the side of the road at one point, and a bunch of dead rattlesnakes in the road. There was a long stretch where the road I was walking on was winding along the edge of a mountain, just like in Lord of the Rings. And it was just two narrow lanes and just no, like, when I needed to take a leak, there was nothing to do but stand in the middle of the road and piss, and there was no reason to worry about it because there was I saw no cars on this whole stretch of road for so long. Zorlonius, you subscribed for how long to say that I'm annoying? That's you're adorable. Did I forget to say hello, Satan? Let's see. What did I miss? So yeah, I would much rather, no music at all 35 miles. I mean, I didn't have a guitar then. I didn't have cats then. I had to leave the cats and the guitars behind in Florida. Love so much, Tori. Annoying keeps me here. You all right there? So I've got sort of recovered my hard drive with my backup of all my writing on it, and now I have final draft. We can read some of my scripts. I also have this essay about Harlan Ellison I wrote that I wanted to read because I hadn't read it since I wrote it. You being annoying keeps me here. Huh. Well, you don't have to comment about that, so we'll just hide you on the channel, and then you can be annoyed without commenting. What else? So, yeah, if somebody drives me in a van or a rental car, then I can just bring the cats, bring the stuff like the bed that Christina sent. Like it, it's a little bit easier. Even shipping a couple of boxes of stuff is going to be hard. Nobody will give me a ride anywhere. I mean, Melissa might pick up some boxes to take them to the post office for me, maybe. I could give her this bike back that isn't the one that she gave me. It's definitely too tall for her. She's shorter than me. Which is hard to do. All right, I'm gonna play another song. Don't try to stop me. I know Sophie needs to hear me sing. Yeah. I just the impulse is to fight hard to clear my name. I can do that from outside of this town. I don't have to deal with a whisper campaign preventing me from having a public-facing job in restaurant business, which is what I'm good at. Like, once these posts are not online attacking me, then it's, I can't even, I don't have local job references because these people are behaving like this. So, yeah, yeah, I don't think it's a good idea for me to let myself get stuck here with psychotic lies being bandied about me in the neighborhood. I can go to a new neighborhood. Nobody in Chicago cares about Hattiesburg, and nobody will care about some weird background noise of scandal on the internet behind a live streamer, because it happens with online personalities. Scandals come at them, and then you poke at it, and it either is just one person saying strange things, or there's something. Like, it always comes out. So Mississippi legislators don't care about Hattiesburg. That's right. Like, if somebody wanted to bring some kind of weird, like what I'm looking at right now is just about the streaming. So like that'll just fold up and go away one way or another. Like, what are they? They'll pick me up for things I said on stream once. I mean, it's not like I don't plan to keep my mouth shut about the things that I would ethically be required to keep my mouth shut if I were going along with the spirit of the matter. I don't want to bother anyone. I never did. So, I'm going to remove that comment, Joey. I'm not supposed to talk about one of them. Yeah, Red moved away. She's in Ithaca now. I'd actually be closer to her. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I've actually got a little bit more briefing on what I'm allowed to say. I'm erring on the side of caution. I'm being kind. It's all right. It's all right, guys. Yeah, I'm being kind. Yeah, let's change the subject. I'm going to play a song or two. Let me turn the air conditioning off. And then I'll read some of my old writing. I can show some pictures. I didn't actually save all the pictures from the... Well, that's the other thing about the failed hard drive. Thousands of photos and art and stuff. I just didn't back up the folders with the photos on this hard drive here because I didn't know how to do it, like, on the fly easily. So they're on the failed laptop. So I can't show you that many pictures, but I got a few. I shared a couple in the group chat. You guys saw the picture of the car when somebody tried to commit suicide and head-on collision with me, and it messed up my knee. But other than the knee being wrecked, I walked away. I took a picture of it before I walked away. It looks crazy. It does not look like whoever was driving that survived the car crash. I wasn't even wearing a seatbelt when that happened. Like, when that impact happened, I was unconscious for a second, and then I woke up, like, tumbled in the corner on the passenger side, and the car was catching fire and drifting into a ditch. And I leaned up and turned off the car so that the fire would stop. And then I realized that I was in one piece. And I looked down at my glasses. I wasn't wearing my glasses. They'd gone flying. But I looked down and saw there was no blood. There were no missing limbs. Nothing was stuck through me. And I was like, are you fucking serious? That's insane. Dude tried to kill himself in a head-on collision with me, and he had it lined up with both of us going at least 40 miles an hour each. And at the last second, I cranked the wheel into it. Like, I decided just to be counterintuitive and crank the wheel right instead of left, which should have lined me up with the impact. But he just hit the front of the... You can see it in that photo. Like, if he'd hit a foot farther up, like, I just would have been mulched. Like, it's a little insane. You're about to get a real job. Hi, Richard. FBOA and John Holmes are watching. We added y'all. Yeah, John Holmes is going to host me in Chicago. If I can pull a plan together to get there. And I really should. It's just best. I mean, yeah. 5 people watch and be happy if I just plan to leave. I'll still have to, yeah, and I'll still have to throw a lawyer at it, but it won't be a matter of urgency, right? Like, I can figure it out when I get there. I have seen the original Last House on the Left, Richard. I haven't seen the remake from a few years ago. The 1972 Wes Craven movie is, I don't know, it's interesting. I don't like it. Chipotle is like 8 hours a week, yeah. Yeah, but they'll bump your hours up if you turn out to be competent at places like that, usually. Yeah, they always want to rotate like 20 people and give them 10 hours each so that people quitting because the job sucks can be easily replaced. It's so annoying. What is it, Zoe? Are you going to let me play guitar? No. She's not going to let me. No. You couldn't work back to back? You had to skip your second day? Man, it's not easy. How come? Were you just tired and just battered by the... Is Sophie dead? No. She was just here. I mean, is this your way of telling us you did something to her? What's the meme from the Eric Andre show? Who's his sidekick? What's that guy's name? Where he shoots him and then he's like, who shot him? Knee was size of watermelon. Oh, yeah, you're man, yeah. When I just went back to work against doctor's orders and all reason after my heart and lungs episode, man, I almost went down at work a lot. I had weird crying fits a couple of times that I think now are just sort of set off by like an oxygen flow problem because I still get that. Like I'm emotionally fragile. I cry easy anyway, but during like there's episodes of crying where it's like it has to do with blood pressure or oxygen level. It's not because I'm sad. See you later, oh so very ordinary. Now I'm worried about Sophie. If anybody was in the stream when Sophie had to go to the doctor the other night, she's better. They had to treat her for gastritis, they told her. So not quite an ulcer. And she's not allowed to eat anything but brown rice with no seasoning for the rest of her life. She has to blender it, and sometimes she can have tapioca. You're not better yet, but you'll get better, Sophie. Does it still hurt really bad, actually? They gave you something to... Oh my God, Zoe. What are you doing? Why is she... You hear this? How are you, Sophie? Yeah, it hurts really bad. I'm sorry. I assumed that they patched it up. They give you something to take for that, right? Like... You don't know how medicine works and you're dyslexic. She misses our voices. Oh, Zoe misses your voices. That may be, you may have a point. She did like it when all you guys were in the chat. Oh my God. Also, I'm really doing the thing where Sophie and Satan and Jelly have now become a unit in my head. And when there's 2 of you, I think there's 3 of you. I've already blamed Sophie for something. Jelly wasn't in that chat earlier. I'm blaming her like she was there. And it was Helen. It wasn't even Satan. Oh my God. This is why I can't be a school teacher. You know how high school teachers and middle school teachers, they remember everyone? Good Lord. There's a lot of reasons I can't be, but that's one of them. Yeah, I don't remember who any of you kids are. I know I've been teaching this class for 5 months now, but yeah, I'm a narcissist, okay, and I'm not paying attention right, and I'm stoned. Anyway, I'll be Mr. Marshall. I'll be leading your class today. Zoe, what are you doing? You can stay out there and think about what you've done, little friend. She can push that open, by the way. She's not actually shut out. High school teachers are always kind of narcissists and like have actor personality, but most of them wouldn't admit it, and I think a lot of them don't even know it. Like I think they think there's some kind of different, better class of instructor. Don't Sophie. What if I just whistle? Summertime and the living is easy. Fishing, jumping, and the cotton is high. Your daddy's rich, and your mama's good looking. Oh, so hush, little baby, don't you cry. One of these mornings, you're gonna rise up singing. Then you spread your wings and take to the sky. But until that morning, there is nothing that can harm you, not with your daddy and mommy standing by. So don't you cry, oh now don't you cry, oh no, don't you cry. Sophie likes my singing too much and she gets a little overwhelmed, so she has to leave when I sing, so the emotions won't just disrupt her. They won't be disrupted. And a million in a drop dead suit, Dutch pink on a downtown train. Too tight a pistol, but the gun won't shoot. I'm in the corner on the pouring rain, 6th Street, man on the dead man's chest. Flamingo drinking from a broken cup. Got 2 pairs of pants, I got a mohair vest. I'm full of bourbon and I can't stand up. Oh, little bird, yeah, fly on your house is on fire. House is on fire and your children are alone. I said, hey, little bird, yeah, fly home, your house is on fire and your children are alone. She flipped a coupon on Morgan's head, and I've been stepping on the devil's tail. Across the stripes of a full moon's head, and through the bars of a Cuban jail. Bloody fingers on a purple knife, flamingo drinking from a cocktail glass. I'm on the lawn with someone else's wife. I'd rather be from up on top of the mast. Little birdie, I fly home, your house is on fire. Your children are alone. I said, hey, little birdie, fly home, your house is on fire. Your children are alone. Yellow sheets on a Hong Kong rail. Stacy Bow on a slinger lamp drive to the carnival, that's what she said. Where $100 makes it dark inside. And a million in a drop dead suit. Dutch pink on a downtown train. $2 pistol, but the gun won't shoot. I'm in the corner on the pouring rain. Hey, little bird, yeah, fly home, your house is on fire. And your children are alone. I said, hey, little bird, yeah, fly home, your house is on fire. And your children are alone. Oh, little bird, fly home, your house is on fire. And your children are alone. I said, hey, bird, yeah, fly home, your house is on fire. And your children are alone. What, you too, Satan? At two, Satan. Quelle horreur. Let me see. Do I have water? I should have water, but I don't. Welcome back to the show. I am, of course, your host, Rogan. You probably know that already because you've been subscribing for at least 10 minutes. Yeah, I feel a little better. I feel a little better about the prospects that I did yesterday, but I'm still being just way too oppressed and paranoid and distraught. It's just, I can't fix it. I can't fix the human element here. There's nothing I can do. It was never my problem. And I have no solution. And I hate being a father and being helpless. Someday morning brings the dawning. It's just a restless feeling by my side. Early dawning, a Sunday morning. It's all those wasted years that are not so far behind. Watch out, the world is behind you. There's always someone around who will call you nothing at all. Sunday morning, and I'm falling. I've got a feeling that I don't want to know. Early dawning on a Sunday morning. It's all those streets we crossed, not so far behind. Watch out, the world gets behind you. There's always someone around to come. And it's nothing, nothing at all. I saw her standing on her front lawn. She was just twirling her baton. Me and her went for a ride, sir. Thank you for the trophy, Eric. 10 innocent people, they died from the town of Lincoln, Nebraska, with the sawed-off 410 laid across my lap, through to the Badlands of Wyoming. I killed every one got in our path. Now, I can't say that I am sorry for the things that me and her done. At least for a little while, sir. Me and her, we had fun. Now the jury brought in a guilty verdict, and the judge, he sentenced me to death. Midnight in lockdown, staring at the leather straps locked across my chest. I said sheriff, when the man pulls that switch and it snaps my forehead back, you make sure my pretty baby, she's sitting right there on my lap. Nice to see you guys. There aren't that many people around. I guess this isn't exactly the time of day I usually go. Also, it's Monday. and the drama has died to a simmer, thank I really thought the personal life drama that accrues to me in my daily rounds would, in coming back to Mississippi, be a fun part of this stream. I really did. Like, fraught slightly, but not. Yeah, slightly fraught. That's what I thought. Maybe genuinely compelling human drama. That's what I thought. Yeah, yeah. Ariel, how are you? Nice to see you. Trouble in mind. I'm blue, but I won't be blue always. The sun will shine through my back door one day. Hey, hey, I say, trouble in mind. It's true, my heart is breaking so. Never known so much trouble in my life before. I'm going down to the river. Oh, I'm gonna take my rocking chair. If these blues go there with me, I will rock away from there. I said, trouble in mind. I'm blue, but I won't be blue always. The sun will shine through my back door one day. Hey, 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 I say, trouble in mind. Yes, it's true, I have almost lost my mind. If you see me laughing, I be laughing just to keep from crying. I'm gonna lay my head on some lonesome railroad line. Gonna let that overnight special ease my troubled mind. I said trouble in mind. I'm blue, but won't be always. The sun will shine through my back door one day. Hey, hey. Ari Young. Sounds like Buddy Holly, huh? Is there any Buddy Holly I can fake? There's a few Buddy Holly songs I've wanted to learn. I didn't get really into him until relatively recently, actually. But I had his first album when I was in high school. Like when I was in high school, I would research classic rock. Like this was pre-internet, so I was born in '71, and I would read up in the library on important albums in rock history, and then go find them and buy them when I could. There's a Buddy Holly album. It's got his high school yearbook picture on the cover. It's just called Buddy Holly. I had that when I was like 16. It's got a bunch of great songs on it. It's got Peggy Sue. If you knew Peggy Sue, then you'd know why I feel blue without Peggy. My Peggy Sue. Ooh, 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 well, I love you, girl, and I need you, Peggy Sue. I love you, ooh, Peggy Sue, with a love so rare and true. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Ooh, 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 well, I love you, girl, and I need you, Peggy Sue. And then there's that cool chord solo.
was pretty good. He was pretty sharp. It's pretty sharp. I like Bo Diddley. I've gotten more into Bo Diddley and Chuck Berry. But I find Chuck Berry intimidatingly great. Like, it's sort of standard for people to just throw off Chuck Berry covers if they're really into Chuck Berry. I don't know. I just find his recordings intimidatingly brilliant. It's like the Rolling Stones. Hey, John Holmes, how are you? Yeah, I think the Rolling Stones are too good. I don't like covering them. They're just too good. Too good for this world. Yeah, so I guess I'll figure out how to you hate Mick Jagger. I mean, that's reasonable. But I kind of, John Holmes, I feel like all the really great bands, there's a reasonable minority report that just hates the fucking singer. Like, that's definitely true of Led Zeppelin, The Cure, The Smiths, Tom Waits. Like, every now and then I meet somebody who can't stand Tom Waits' voice at all. They're like, what's with Cookie Monster? I mean, maybe that's generational. You don't hear that much about singers from the 50s and 60s, I guess. I don't know. I guess when you get that far back, then people are being scholarly just listening to it at all. They're not going to complain about the vocals. But I'm thinking maybe the vocals were generationally better before the Beatles. Like, the Beatles were kind of the first guys who were like personality with that. Bob Dylan's another one that some people, his voice just rubs them the wrong fucking way. Mick Jagger was a rock and roller, but only hung out with bankers and politicians. I mean, he isn't the genius in the band. His part of the act is definitely great. But yeah, it's really it's the other guy, right? It's the what was his name? Brian Jones, and then he was replaced with that guy. Is it Ron Wood from Faces? Am I remembering that right? Yes, this is Zoe. She's been sort of acting almost Heatsy for the last couple of days and just like disrupting my streams. Yeah, Brian Jones, the one they murdered. I used to know a journalist from London who swore that he knew somebody who'd played him a recording of Keith Richards admitting to murdering Brian Jones in an interview when he was super drunk. And I just, come on. Like, oh, Phil Nutman is the journalist who told me that story. He's deceased now. He's a bad drinker himself, Phil Nutman. I don't know if he was that kind of bullshitter. I think he'd been bullshitted, maybe. I bet he was the kind of guy who, like, a story that was a friend of a friend's story would become like his friend's story. Like, he'd bring things in a generation. You're gonna have to go out, buddy. You can't do this. Yeah, I know. You're out of control, little friend. You're gonna have to take a powder, Zoe. You know what I mean, and you don't. Yeah, the other thing about, like, trying to weather this whole thing here is I'm just done being isolated. Like, I can't do this. I've been in prison for like 10 years, basically. Really almost exactly 10 years at this point. Can I play Great Balls of Fire? No. Jerry Lee Lewis writes in piano keys, and so I've never learned them. Like, I might be able to fake it. I do know the song. Yeah, I am a big Jerry Lee Lewis fan. It's been a long time since I heard those songs. Goodness gracious, Great Balls of Fire. I can't hit the notes right. Maybe I could do Breathless. Yeah, he's hard to sing. I forgot that he's hard to sing. I could really nail it when I was young, but now that my voice is middle-aged and trashed, I can't really nail Jerry Lee Lewis. The Jerry Lee Lewis movie with Dennis Quaid, yeah. England can kiss my ass. Yeah, that was pretty good. And Winona Ryder as the teenage wife, right? And the guy who directed Breathless with Richard Gere also directed Great Balls of Fire. A guy named Jim McBride made a couple of really interesting sort of artsy, low-budget movies in the early 70s. And then when he got his big shot at making Hollywood movies, he didn't really kill it, and they sent him home after a couple failures. But Breathless is one of my favorite. I think it's one of the most underrated movies of the 80s. I think it's just incredible with Richard Gere and Valerie Kaprisky. Script by L.M. Kit Carson, who wrote Paris, Texas. It's just, I think it's just an astonishingly good movie. Really, really underrated. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot you with the water gun, Zoe. You gotta stop doing this. I think I just broke the water gun somehow. There we go. But yeah, he directed Great Balls of Fire, and that wasn't a big success. And he also directed a New Orleans cop movie called The Big Easy with Ellen Barkin. I don't remember who the guy is. I can picture the poster. The girl was Ellen Barkin. I remember that. Yeah, I can't. I mean, the other thing is, like, if this place is going to act like a small town about me, you know what's weird is that generally the people who know me personally are like, I don't know. It's this weird, this larger sense that people think I'm somehow doing something outrageous or antisocial when I'm live streaming. I can't have that problem. Did I see the lawyer? He's supposed to call me back tomorrow. Richard Gere fucked up with the Tibet thing. He's got no range, man. Richard Gere just has to play romantic leads. Like that seem to be secretly gay. Like that's his whole. But the more they lean into the homoeroticism, the better it works. I didn't realize until recently. I watched some of his 90s and 80s movies again for the project for my movie watching for the channel, and realized that I'm pretty sure Richard Gere is actually straight and that he's just leaning into the metrosexual vibe, but they cast him for it. Like it's always characters that are sexy and suspicious in that way. He was a huge advocate for Tibet independence and essentially got canceled. I didn't know that. Yeah, I love Breathless. I mean, he's really good in everything. He's just usually in dipshit movies that for boring mainstream audiences that are kind of elevated by him being in them. I mean, Pretty Woman famously had a great script before they started rewriting it. That's why he disappeared. I figured he just got too old. He got too old to play romantic leads. What else are they gonna do with him? He looks weirdly like a young, good-looking guy who's too old. Like he wasn't aging the right way. It was like he's doing the thing that teenage ingenues do, where they have to play teenagers till they're 35. But he was like older. Pretty Woman, where he fucks the hooker. Yeah. John Holmes. That was originally supposed to be a hard-hitting drama about heroin addiction and the parallel between addiction to money and the addiction to heroin. And the script was famously great before they started rewriting it and toning it down. The original ending, when he climbs up the balcony with flowers for her, the way it was supposed to originally end is that she thinks she's been dumped, so she decides to shoot up heroin, and he climbs up the balcony and looks in the window and sees her shooting up and decides to climb back down and give it up. Yeah, it'd be a lot more interesting. Like, people used to talk about that script being great, and then the director's follow-up was he made like a weird comedy based on one of Anne Rice's bondagey porn novels. Like Exit to Eden, I think it was called. Like, it's based on a weird bondagey porn novel Anne Rice wrote about the BDSM scenesters, and he made it like a non-sexy sex comedy, like Eating Raoul, but real lightweight, with I think Rosie McDonald as like the bondage girl. Am I remembering right? That seems crazy. I didn't see it. It is a huge flop from the director of Pretty Woman, the Anne Rice movie you really never wanted to see. It's like if somebody made a movie of 50 Shades of Grey and like I don't know young actors well enough to cast that imaginary awful movie I was just about to create. Jack Black, 50 Shades of Grey with Jack Black, and Melissa McCarthy. Actually, that's about right. The movie I'm talking about was like that. Richard Gere's like Ryan Gosling today. Yeah! Ryan Gosling has that same vibe where, like, he seems dumb and sexy and, like, not hiding that he's gay very well, and he's really stiff. Like, if you cast him right, he's really good though. And when you watch him in 3 or 4 movies, you can tell he's really smart. It's just that he can only do the one thing. Dude, you are such a troublemaker. You can't do this. You weren't in heat before I started streaming. What are you doing? Look at that. Just open your mouth. I mean, but this sense that I have that the whole town is just sort of against the concept of a live streamer in some like spiritual, cultural sense, like the way they weren't allowed to dance in Footloose, man, I can't do this. That's just bullshit. Like, and like recovering my reputation here locally after this hit. I mean, I should file a lawsuit, but I don't know if I will. It's not worth fighting for it here and now. I work in restaurants and retail because I love customers. I don't want to have to get a job that isn't a customer job because they're going to come at me as soon as they see me working there and start blowing up the phone complaining about me. It's ludicrous. It's really ludicrous. It's killing me. It's breaking my heart. And what's actually happening behind it, the human element, is really breaking my heart. Genuinely breaking my heart. I mean, I wish somebody had briefed me before I came here. Nobody explained to me that this was what was going on. How would I know? How would I know? How would I have ever thought that that might be what was going on? Who would tell such a... It's fine. I'll talk about it later when I can talk about it. Yeah, I mean, actually, one of the things I need to talk to the lawyer about is getting a very careful briefing on what I can say. But best not to say anything until I leave town. I don't want to upset anyone. I just don't. The threats calmed down a bit. Well, I've set the chat filter in here, so you got to be subscriber for 10 minutes to comment. Hi, Sunshine Girl. And I think judging from the numbers, that everyone in town has checked out the stream and made the decision that whatever's going on with me, it's fine, and they don't want to. I think word's gotten around that it's nothing to. But they're just going to keep coming at me if I go out. Like, I can't go live stream from bars and restaurants, and I'm going to have trouble getting a job. I'm going to have to change to some kind of not public-facing job. It's much better for me to get out of town while I have enough money to do it right now. I mean, I'm within a couple of $100 of being able to do it. Yeah, Chicago's nice. It's going to be awesome in a bunch of ways. All the more reason to go work if they largely think you're innocent, but that won't ever change me being able to get a job. It takes 3 people making sure that there's phone calls to anywhere that I turn up, live streaming or working. Like, it's a small southern town. There doesn't need to be. It's like the Scarlet Letter. There's nothing I can do. That won't ever change. And then they'll be like, I had a lot of trouble getting a place to live. I'd have a lot of trouble getting a car. Whenever somebody has a chance to try to make it hard for me, they will. And I don't know that they... Yeah. Like, they don't like me anyway. They don't care what I'm guilty of. I mean, you've seen that from the way the attacks were coming in. Like, they weren't serious-minded. I worked in a small town and gossip is a plague. Yeah, so it's better to just get out of town. Like, I really wanted to make some music here, and I really love the scenery here, and I know the town well, and I was going to live stream to showcase the restaurants and bars and the local music. I can do that somewhere else. Chicago's a great place to do that. There's other people doing it, but that means I can collaborate in ways that make me the oldest man in the room. I mean, with live streaming, I'm always going to be the oldest man in the room, so... It is kind of like rock and roll and being old. Like, you can get away with being the old guy. Like, it's cans. You got to do it right. I'm gonna play another song. Hold on. Yeah, I'm gonna take another bomb again. Then I'm gonna play another song. Um, um, and even just the slow creep of this in the background, the actual human situation, like I said, is just literally breaking my heart. It's just the worst thing ever. It's totally blindsided me. I don't want to go somewhere where I can just think about it for 10 years and not have to keep being reminded of it. I mean, basically, not think about it, I guess, is what I mean. Because there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do to fix it. It was never my problem. It was never my fault. I can't fix it. It's horrible. Anything with family, you want to fix it. Right? Yeah. Um, I was trying to think of what movie I would make if I was in the middle of nowhere in Serbia, and then I thought you could make a good movie, The Painted Bird. There, I mean, they already made a bad movie, The Painted Bird. Finally, but I'm now worried about rural living in general. For live streaming, I don't know. I mean, it would have been absolutely fine here if I didn't have a personal background in history. But I don't know that I'd want to pick just a random small town to settle down in. How do I like the new bed? I haven't finished putting it together. I haven't finished putting it together. I'm having a lot of trouble doing anything constructive while I'm not streaming. I'm gonna not drink today, and that should help. I'm real bummed out. Yeah, I never got around to cutting that other box open, the long box. I've been threatening to assemble it for like 3 nights. I got the mattress out. I got to open the other box. I think yesterday and the day before I lost, the stretch where I should have been putting the bed together, I was drinking. If I could do what I would do when I was young, which is drink and also do stuff, but I can't. I've turned into the kind of drunk who just sits and does nothing while I'm drinking. I mean, live streaming is really bad for that. Like, you can't be someone who's just going to drink yourself into oblivion. You can I would just talk to the live stream, and then slowly but surely my performances would become less entertaining as the alcohol debilitated me. What time is 6:45? Yeah, I mean, I should assemble a bed now. I'm so depressed. I haven't had alcohol in years. No, yeah, I'm just super depressed and decided to start drinking again to fight the depression. And I generally, like, live streaming aside, I do drink. Binge drinking implies something that alcoholics regularly do. I go through phases where I'm a heavy drinker for a week or two, or for a few nights, but usually for a week or two, and then I stop again. But live streaming is it's bad for the live streams doing anything that disrupts your schedule. Can relate with depression. Yeah, alcohol is rough for depression. Yeah, it's not the right thing. I mean, now that I'm 55, so it seems really obvious in the moment, and the live streaming makes you concentrate on what you're saying and facing all the time, so you can feel it that you're not less depressed while you're drunk. You're just drunk and depressed. I was a terrible binge drinker in my early 20s. I'd get shit-faced drunk before concerts. Yeah, I don't know, man. when I did the open mic at T-Bones, and another time I played a few songs at that bookstore that you guys didn't see. Those are the first times I've ever performed in public without getting super drunk. And I get the shakes. Like if I tried to go in front of, like on a stage without drinking, I would get the shakes. Like I don't know what it is about the way either like the regimen with the kratom powder I take, or just these endless live streams. Playing for the live streams so much has given me the chops to just not be scared of audiences. But those two, yeah, I didn't have trouble facing an audience and playing, right? For performance, I might end up splitting the difference going forward. Like, don't get drunk before a show, but have a shot right as you hit the stage, just to set your gaze straight. Oh, it was Stuart Odom from Thin White Row gave me that advice. He's like, yeah, if you don't want to drink before a gig because you don't want to be drunk, but you can't do it not drunk because you stage fright. What you should do is just have 2 shots back to back right before you take the stage of something kind of cutting, Jägermeister, tequila, boom, boom, something like that. And then you're reeling slightly when you hit the stage, but it's not enough alcohol to demolish your performance or your night. Of course, then you gotta have the discipline to not order a third one from the stage. Yeah, I don't really love drinking anymore. I do. You know what it is? Is that for me, drinking now is genuinely social. Genuinely social. Like, there are certain people I want to drink with, old friends. Like, if my friend Haley from Ohio came over, I would want to have a few with her. She's a drinking buddy. Like, some people are drinking buddies. You opened for the biggest pop star from Serbia here in Chicago. There was 5,000 people. I got drunk as shit. I think that the largest audience I've ever had to face was there for the Dragon Con where we were promoting Attic Expeditions. I sat on a screenwriting panel with Harlan Ellison. And the movie panel was an even bigger audience because we showed a preview for the movie, and then we had like answering questions and speaking to the crowd. Well, Alice Cooper was at the table. But it was Alice Cooper, Jeffrey Combs, Ted Raimi, me, and Jeremy and Melissa, the producer. And I don't know, there were 3,000 people in that room. Like, it was the biggest room at Dragon Con. There were a lot of people. And I was drunk, man. And like, there wasn't alcohol in the public spaces at Dragon Con, really. And, I wouldn't want to drink next to Alice Cooper anyway. Like, Alice Cooper travels with a guy. Hey, Ivy the Drago. Like, Alice Cooper had a guy who's an assistant whose job is to be a jerk for him when it requires, like, running interference, but seems really nice the rest of the time. But you also got the strong impression that his main job for Alice Cooper was to come between Alice Cooper and any offers of drink or drugs. Like, if you tried to offer Alice Cooper a drink or drugs, when you hung out with Alice Cooper, even if you were in conversation with him, like locked in, this guy was sitting between you. It's like you'd be where the phone is, and this guy would be here, and then Alice Cooper would be over here. And I felt like I just didn't see him wheel into action. If somebody was like, "Hey man, want to hit off of this?" Like you just suddenly be tackled. And then the one time people wanted asked if they could have photos taken with Alice Cooper. He was like, sure, and let a bunch of people on the set have their photo taken with him by a set photographer on the fly. And then when it started to develop into a mob, like everyone on the set wanting their picture taken with him, then this guy was like, okay, we got to go. Like, we're out of time. And that wasn't 5,000 people. It wasn't a musical performance either. Me and the band before that pop star sat in the car and took a crazy amounts of shots while the venue filled up. Yeah, it's weird how, I don't know, it must have to do with adrenaline. It's an insane amount of alcohol I used to dump into myself before performing. And I know I couldn't carry that now. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it has to do with the heart action, really. Like, I don't know how drunk I could be on stage, but not that drunk. You guys have seen like the nights when I was drinking in here slow and steady. Like I put away a fifth in 2 nights, but I was drinking all day. Yeah, it's just not good for me. I'm taking kratom and I bought weed gummies and I just need to, and the tobacco too, though I might be about to smoke some tobacco. I started smoking tobacco again. It's delicious, but my heart and lungs just won't quite, like my heart feels elevated in an unpleasant way and my lungs are really, you can hear it. Like, it kind of sounds good for the singing and speaking voice, but for live streaming, I know, like I was having this problem a couple of months ago. Like that after 4 or 5 hours of talking, the tobacco starts to be like it's not a problem for the first while. And then eventually you're croaking, and half the problem is you were smoking tobacco. I remember being young in my 20s and being like, damn it, why is my voice if my voice only had the seasoning and emotional damage of a rich middle age, then I'd be a badass singer. And now that I have that voice, it's like, yeah. I could do Robert Plant type, Prince type stuff when I was young. I can't do it all now. It's a trade off. It hasn't leathered out as much as Tom Waits or Bob Dylan yet. Honestly, we were talking about that instrumental band. Like, I'm more interested in being kind of technical and closely practiced and doing stuff on violin. On violin, I'm a crazy improv soloist. Like I can't really do the same thing twice unless I have a tape to study, and it is easy then. Like I'm big on Coltrane and Hendrix, but like I'm also one of those guys. Anything with keys or strings that I can get something pretty good out of if it's just something simple. So like my idea was to do an instrumental band where everybody in the band is that kind of musician. Like I'm really good at the one thing, but also I could do a thing on this weird little toy keyboard for one song, and I could work up enough hand accordion for another song. Like I got a banjo, like that kind of thing. Like my idea was you could get a small group, 4 or 5 people, if each one of them's got 3 options for instruments for that kind of weirdness, and you write arrangements into what instruments you have, then then suddenly you get a crazy rich variety of, like if the person who's normally playing the bass guitar can also every now and then do a flute solo, like that kind of thing. I really like acoustic instruments, folk sounds. I really wanted to make music here in this town. It's just an awful shame. It wouldn't take but 10 people standing beside me. But some of the people who'd have to stand beside me are the exact people who wouldn't. People who resent me the most on a personal level for dumb secondary reasons. They'd rather not get famous making music if I'm involved. They don't like me. Find me annoying. They're not wrong, I am annoying. That's not a reason not to do great work. When you have the chance, you don't have the chance much, so you only get one shot, really. I mean, your life is the one shot, but you gotta keep taking the shot. You gotta keep reaching for the ring. You can't just slack. I'm getting the tobacco. I really thought as I got older, the thing where the girls like me too much would fade in a way that it wouldn't interfere socially and therefore professionally for me anymore. But it's faded into middle-aged aura in a way that is still the same problem. People are pretending I chase women when I don't regularly now. And they act like they move, they act like that's the way I move when I'm not. So I bought a pack of American Spirits and then broke up all the cigarettes. And I'm smoking it in this pipe. And it's delicious. It's bad for my voice, my heart, my lungs. I'm gonna die. We're all gonna die. It's true. It's true. We're all gonna die. Because of the channel, I'm actually fighting the depression involved with this better than I would have been otherwise. Hey, Satan. Oh my God, we got to get Zion in the group too. Never see him. And Naira. There's a bunch of the fans who are preferred fans who have been around for a while who they have some kind of cycle of depression, or like I don't know, they have something where they're just not around for a few days and they always come back and they're like, yeah, I haven't been feeling well. Like, it's cyclical. Live streaming just doesn't let you do that. It's so good for me that it doesn't let you do that. Like, I tend to operate and think and act in bursts of energy in this way. Like, I'll be on for 3 days and then I'll be depressed because I'm not getting enough done because I took 1 day off. Live streaming, like, you're aware of what you do with every hour of your day. Yeah, I can't drink regularly because there just isn't enough room. There isn't enough time. There isn't enough energy. There's so much left to do to be. I don't know. At least the live streaming has this going for it in this context. Spending several $1,000s and losing 6 months to a failed attempt to move back to Mississippi is part of the narrative for the channel because it's the central drama in my life, and my life is the channel. It's a horrible thing to be what it is, but at least there's that. That's the only positive here. Like thank God. Thank God I have you guys. If it wasn't for the channel, I would never have had the chance to come back here. Just circumstances, and I didn't know why so many people wouldn't help me. I really didn't. I really didn't. The Belief Hole podcast is uploading a bunch of episodes. I don't know if you guys listen to that. It's pretty good. It used to be better. It used to be 3 brothers, and one of them has left now, and they've lost a third of the charm. But I was gonna read this essay I wrote about Harlan Ellison when we were promoting Attic Expeditions at DragonCon. Like I said, Harlan Ellison was a guest of honor there. It feels really weird to read your own writing on live stream. It's really discomforting. I don't know why. It's weird. It feels weird. Like, you know what it is there's this weird, like, there's like an aspect to this where it's like you're like a geisha girl. Like, your job is to just be charming, fun, interesting, lead the conversation, do this and that that's entertaining. Maybe pick up the guitar and sing a song, maybe recite some poetry, but it's not to focus on you. Like, it is, but it's not. It's not about you. Like, it's not supposed to be. Not really. It's really about you. Like all entertainment. So somehow, like, there being an extra level of it being narcissistic self-reflection, like I'm reading an essay I wrote. I don't know. Like, I could tell you the same events and I wouldn't feel the same way about it at all. Like, the screenplays are awkward like that too. I don't like. Maybe I should break off reading streams. I have the manuscript for my book here. It's a collection of reviews, and I'm so used now to doing movie reviews as videos, like just improv from notes, mental notes, that like reading a formally written review I wrote seems really awkward now. Like I'm looking at the manuscript for my own book and I'm like, did I really? I mean, I wrote for newspapers and magazines and I wrote some blogs and like it's a collection of essays about movies. They're actually written. I'm not just talking. I don't know. In this day and age, it seems like it's not worth the effort. Like movie reviews should be somebody talking and then interrupted with clips and stuff. Like there's no need to be an essayist. It's weird. And transcribed interviews seems weird too. Like that's particularly strange because part of the skill of doing a good interview for magazine publication is whittling it down. Like I would interview filmmakers for way too long on purpose so that I would have plenty to work with. Like I'd get 2,500 words out of like a 45-minute, hour-long interview. Like if you interview a filmmaker for an hour, you let the conversation wander in a controlled way, then you end up in the parts of the interview you do keep, you end up bringing in references to stuff that you've both discussed. Like it'll be like you've already had a conversation about, say, obscure Leni Riefenstahl movies, and you don't use that in the published interview. But later, when you're talking about the filmmaker's work and they mention Riefenstahl, you've already got this shared understanding between the two of you, and then the reader can like fill in their own knowledge or research. Making it sound like fun. Nothing is fun anymore. uh, um, let's see. It's so quiet in here. This is the lowest the numbers have been in like weeks. It's okay to have a quiet night, I guess. I mean, it's because I play guitar. It just drives everyone out. Yeah, this whole thing has put such a crink in the way I manage my streams. I like the rhythm of the way I do my streams now is about when it's time for me to have a day out somewhere. Like, yeah, go to the zoo or a park or something. Go find something to do. Right now, that'd be like I'm just gonna get punched or something. And I'm really low energy. I'm kind of tired today. It doesn't seem like it. Like I was drunk for like 3 days straight or something. Well, how many times have you heard someone say, man, if I had his money, I could do things my way. Oh, well, little they know that it's so hard to find one rich man in 10 with a satisfied mind. See, money won't buy back your youth once you're old, or a friend when you're lonely, nor a love that's grown cold. So the wealthiest person is a pauper of a kind, compared to the one with a satisfied mind. So you may want money or things of that kind. There's no satisfaction but a satisfied mind. It's so depressing also to look at resetting again. Like I got out of Florida and then Ohio was a loss of 3 years. In retrospect, it's like, I don't know, I would have lost a year recovering my health enough to work anyway. But nobody would help me get out of Ohio. Couldn't get ahead. no way to get ahead on like restaurant salary now. Like you, what area in Ohio? I was in Lima, Ohio, Sunshine Girl. It's sort of halfway between Detroit and Columbus. Closest cities are Detroit and Columbus. Detroit's like 80 miles away. Columbus is like 60, 70 miles away. Um, it's the middle of nowhere in such a way that there's just nothing there, nothing there. Um, it's such a small town that it was impossible to make friends there because everybody's known everybody for 30 years. Like people don't move there. Um, you lived about an hour from Cleveland, so I don't know about where you were, but Lima basically just has no population growth. And the upshot of that is, yeah, everybody has family and friends going all the way back. And so if you're a weird person from out of town, there's just no way to gain some kind of social foothold. There's just no way. Like, it's when I finally gave up on dating too. Nobody there's attractive. Just nobody where I was living. Because there's a brain drain. You're that close to like yeah, Cleveland's only like 100 miles from where I was or something. Like if you have any gumption at all, you get up and leave. Like the only two or three people I knew who were at all interesting or attractive would go to the cities to like hook up and get high and party and go see music and stuff. Like they spent all their time like finagling like keeping their car in order to drive away for a weekend. Like I knew this dapper gay dude who had connections in Detroit. He'd always come back fried with these 3-day weekend hangovers back to the restaurant. And my friend Haley, like likes guys, like not, in Lima though. Like it's just really I mean, there's 3 or 4 really good restaurants there because it's an Italian mob town at some point, and so that's kind of interesting. But almost all that's dried up. Like it's retired people, and there's a hospital, and then there are these remnants of this once thriving restaurateur culture because it's like um, dating was challenging in Ohio. Yeah, like I didn't like my only female friend there was Haley, and she's half my age, so we just weren't in the target range at all. Like she's like I don't know, 28 or 29 now. Like yeah, it was like dude, you'd be really attractive if we weren't 30 fucking years apart. Like that's that's like there's a father daughter vibe between us for sure. Like we're still really good friends, but she was the only attractive person I met while I was there. Even the like the good looking charismatic waitresses at the restaurants I worked at. I don't know. Actually, I liked some of those girls, but they weren't somebody I could hang out with. Like they're just they're from small town Ohio. Like the shared culture there is really locked in too. Like I don't know. I mean, if I there was no way to play live music. Like I couldn't get a band together because nobody had any chops or background for playing live music. Like I'd meet two or three. I met 2 or 3 pretty good musicians, but they just like doing the kind of weird punk rock I like. Um, I don't know. There's a heavy metal venue in Lima too, where the people who ran it are just known creepy predators in a way that you wouldn't want to be involved with them in their scene. That was really disturbing to me. Those people went after me and got me fired from a job there. These very creepy. I don't even want to say they were queer. They're just sort of perverts that ran this heavy metal venue. Uh, I've ended up just directly attacking them on my stream a couple of times when they came out. People have gone and looked them up. What was this place called? I don't know. It doesn't matter. But that's another thing too. People are creepy and gross there. It's like there's just no other way to describe it. Like the spiritual and moral equivalent of the way middle-aged white guys let themselves run to shit and they turn like Humpty Dumpty shaped and they grow a kind of a ratsy beard and they drink beer and complain about women rather than actually going out and talking to them. The one wife they had left 10 years ago. Like there's a spiritual equivalent of that. It's not just some people and it gets all over everything. It's just dreary, drab and ugly, everything there. The old people weren't bad. But that's like mostly like the old retired people had been around a little bit, or at least developed a little bit of personality over long years of perseverance. I don't know. Yeah, I worked at a nice restaurant though. So like the old people I met were people with money, retired people with a little bit of money. So they'd at least done something to make money at some point. And they'd had money to spend. Um, You could tell it used to be a gangster town. The restaurant I worked at used to have a much larger location that had 3 floors and ballroom dancing. But there was no live music there at all except for that heavy metal place by the time I got there. And yeah, there are all these spaces where you could do live music, but there's no like audience. Like what would you it wouldn't pay for itself at all. Like the Milano Cafe where I worked, we had a banquet room like for rentals and stuff. You could easily have done some awesome dinner music thing there, some kind of lounge thing. Like the old people would have loved the live music, but it wouldn't have paid for itself. They wouldn't have been able to pay you. Like there just wasn't enough money for that. There are a couple places where I could have put on punk rock shows if I had a band, barely, and there wouldn't have been much audience. Um, there is a circuit in Ohio for doing like cool alternative and punk rock. Um, Interesting music broadly live, but Lima ain't on that track. Like it's bigger towns, it's other towns. Cleveland's a great place. Like if you all the big cities in the Midwest are like havens for great rock and roll. Detroit and Cleveland, and I mean it's well known. Like that goes all the way back. Like all the great rockers out of the South had to go up to the Midwest to record. Like all the guys from Mississippi, the white guys and the black guys from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, like to get famous, they would go to Memphis or Chicago, or that Memphis was the farthest south they would go. Yeah, the MC5s are from Detroit, the Stooges, um, Cleveland is Devo, and basically Nine Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson are sort of Cleveland satellite bands because of the small towns they were from. The Dead Boys, I think, I'd almost count as a Cleveland band. Cleveland also is on the map for. Oh, and there's Kiss is from Detroit, also, of course. Um, yeah, and well, Detroit has this weird thing where the heavy rock is kind of funky because there's a lot of cultural transmission with the black music too. Like I mean, it's Motown, and I want like a lot of great soul and R&B bands from all those cities in the Midwest, all those working class towns, big factory towns, have great club scenes. They probably still do to the extent that there are any clubs still open. I mean, but Chicago's a capital. Chicago's a musical capital, like always. Like, it's a shame. It's a shame to come back here and have it all come to nothing because of nothing. I keep trying to find ways to think it's my fault. It's just not. There are ways I can fix it, and there's not. Like, I can react, but I can't fix it. It's just depressing. I never really liked Cleveland. I've been in that part of Ohio twice, and I hated it both times. I lived briefly near Canton, well, outside of Canton, with a girlfriend named Rhonda Bachman, who's a writer and an actor. Like I like her. Uh, she was a terrible girlfriend, but I really like her. We just couldn't live together. But trying to live in that town was just a nightmare for me. Um, yeah, it's just gruesome. The culture is just gruesome. Um, yeah, with the live streaming thing I do, I could sort of Panda's show's great. Well, somebody's gotta tell me when to just like um brigade his stream, just bring everybody over there. I haven't watched his show. He comes and hangs out here all the time, and he's like a celebrity, and I haven't watched his show. I suck. um, yeah, I gotta do something about that. I mean, that is actually, I said when he was in stream the other night, like, I have this sort of medium to long term, like the 5-year plan goal of making an underground gore movie. Because if I want to make genuinely good movies, not just write screenplays, but make a good movie, then the path I have is I know Stephen Biro. We had a falling out, but I'm sure he's good to distribute something if I make it. and his taste is very artsy, super advanced and cerebral and psychedelic, extreme gore movies. So whether it's a guinea pig movie or something else, if I spend less than 10,000 on it and half of that is in gore effects, some kind of crazy prosthetic effects, like Cronenberg Plus, then I got guaranteed distribution. And basically, like, the business model that makes sense is you spend 20,000 on a movie, but at the most, but 10,000 of it is the special effects guy and maybe like one name actor flying like one guy in. That's another thing in Chicago is some people live there. Like, some famous people live there. They're staged there. They do stuff there. Not a lot, but not as much as the people who run the city would like you to believe. But um, Cleveland, not too much happening. Well, I mean, yeah. Ohio has this thing where the second string towns, it is like the South in that, like, yeah, if you're into live music in the South, like the major cities are not, like Nashville isn't as much of a center as you think it is. And like Jackson, Mississippi, there's nothing going on there for live music. I mean, there is, but there isn't. Not compared to here, or like Biloxi's got nothing, but Ocean Springs has cool live music. Who's Panda? Panda the torture clown. He's a sideshow freak who does weird, like he shoves things through himself and stuff. Does weird like, yeah, sideshow freak stuff. I haven't seen his show. He's just randomly has come in and he's kind of a fan now. He comes in fairly regular. But there's always some people in the chat who know who he is. And I subscribe to his channel. I just haven't made time to watch his videos. I wanted to see his live show because he goes live every day. But I can't figure out how to subscribe to. I can't figure out how to get the notifications on. I've tried twice. I'm really not. I'm not good at computer stuff, you guys. I really need an assistant, someone smart. Find a decent microphone for me and show me how to plug it in, stuff like that. I actually, my daughter Red was my tech assistant when she lived with me, but by the time she was like 19, 20, like I always say, she started being crazy when she was 19 or 20, but also she started being a not very useful assistant. And it wasn't just being crazy, like she just was annoyed at how clueless I am about some things. Like she just hated having to run shit for me. I need an assistant too. Doesn't have something better to do. Ohio. I grew up outside Cincinnati. Well, I lived in a suburb of Cincinnati called Wyoming from when I was 6 to when I was 16. And I didn't, Cincinnati's a pretty good city for music. It's a pretty good city all around if you just have money to spend. Like, it's like here in Hattiesburg, there's a good bit of live music and food and club kind of entertainment. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe UC helps in Cincinnati. That'd be, I don't know. But I didn't try to move to Cincinnati out of there. I came back here. It was the deciding factor was Melissa hooking me up with a free hotel room for a couple weeks. Like that was the launching pad I needed to get it together to move. It seems like such a waste. The whole thing seems like such a waste. I hate having to run air conditioning or the fan while I live stream. You can see exactly how much it impacts the sound. Like the viewer number drops by about 20% from what you expect. Because that's exactly how many people are like, yeah, even with the ratsy phone sound, like I'm not gonna put up with that. What made me decide to move to this area? So I had family history here. I moved here when I dropped out of college when I was 19 because my father lived here. And so then I ended up, over the years, I had 2 daughters in disastrously failed relationships with their moms here. And so I had 2 adult daughters when I moved back. But one I've had a severe falling out with, and the other one has moved away. So I don't have family here, actually. And all my old friends, I don't have friends here either, which is a long, complicated story. Yeah. that I'll get into more later. But yeah, I'm not talking anymore about what's really depressing me right now personally around here. But yeah, I came back because I thought I would have family here. And I have this, I was in a band here for almost 10 years off and on. Yeah, no, almost exactly 10 years off and on. Um, and I knew it was a cheap place to live where there's a bunch of stuff going on. Um, the local musicians are great, so I thought I'd get a band together and do live music again. That's turned out to be problematic. Uh, yeah, I work in fine dining, a lot of nice restaurants here. That's also turned out to be problematic. Um, but mainly, I don't really have family here, and I thought I would. So uh, I'll just go make a new family somewhere else. Um, I mean, they did leave me to fend for myself when my health fell apart in Florida. So I didn't have much by way of expectations. And I went to I finished high school and went to college in Massachusetts, but um, it's like Massachusetts is so expensive. Just it's an uphill battle to reestablish there from zero, especially if your day job is restaurant work. Um, the Coffee and Cocaine Show. How are you doing today, man? I wouldn't say no to coffee or cocaine right now. I'm not a cocaine guy, but I need cheering up. Hey, Sophie. Family is what you make it. You can meet people and form new family. I mean, my family is in here now, for sure. Uh, Harvard and Juilliard and Berkeley in Massachusetts. Yeah, Harvard and Berkeley were both in the same neighborhood as the schools I went to. I went to New England Conservatory, and then I had to drop out because my dad wouldn't pay for it after he said he would. And then I had to drop out of Emerson College because my dad said he'd pay for it, and then he wouldn't. But Juilliard is that? I don't think that's in. No, New England Conservatory is what you're thinking of. That's in Boston. How long until you can join our call? I went to MIT, which is in Cambridge. Yeah, well, there's some stuff over in the Back Bay too, because I would run into those guys every now and then. I don't know why. I mean, maybe they're all over entirely in Cambridge now. Emerson was on mostly on Beacon Street when I was there. Um, but they were trying to buy up buildings in the neighborhood and consolidate, like, so they actually had something like a campus. When I went to Emerson, it was like just random buildings in the neighborhood. And New England Conservatory, I was never a full time student there. I took extension classes there when I was 17. Harvard is Cambridge, yeah. It's across a river, like you take a train. When you're in Boston, um, yes. Jelly, nobody's a top mod or a manager right now. I'm waiting to talk to this lawyer tomorrow about the channel. I think it's fine. I don't think he's going to tell me to make any changes on the channel, but I'm going to wait and see. Yeah, you and Sophie and and Satan are all going to get editor privileges, meaning you can move stuff around on the channel and change stuff. You can use the channel for your own content too, if you want to. But yeah, I'll set that stuff up. I was waiting to talk to the lawyer today, and I just wanted to make sure certain things are cool in certain ways. I'm almost certain it's fine, but I'm going to end up talking to him tomorrow. So, like, I'm pretty sure that all of my questions for him about the channel, he's going to be like, it's YouTube. You do what you do on YouTube. Like, it's got nothing to do with anything. So, but I'm just going to make sure. Schools are nothing special. They are only made so by exclusivity. Well, going to school in Boston, you get really all these swank schools in Boston. The experience of living there is really what's aces about that. Like having the better part of a year in college in the Back Bay before like the money ran out. Like I had to drop out in April, um, but I lived in a dorm at 100 Beacon Street. I found out later that Jack Ketchum, the novelist, lived in the same dorm. I think 12 years earlier, 13 years earlier. You got a geophysics degree. But what do you do? Do you actually work in that field? Or do you... Geophysics sounds fun. That sounds like you get to go walk around in the rocks. You're now an industrial chemist, yeah. Filmmaking's like that. Like in school, you could study up to be really good at cinematography, and then you end up being an editor. You just train on the fly in a slightly different field. Yeah, I'd be good at science now. When I was young, I was not medicated right to be able to concentrate right on that kind of thing. Um, and industrial chemist, something you made is in the room I'm in. Really? um, yeah, being in this town is just too depressing anyway. This is just a really depressing situation to be in. I just want to go home. I just wanted to go home. Also, I thought I might be invited back to my actual family sort of seat. Like I have a bunch of adult cousins who did well. We're from way out in the country in Carroll County. I spent summers there when I was a kid. My elderly aunt, my father's sister, is retired there now. They don't want me there. I'm not invited. I mean, they haven't said a hard no, but I haven't given them the chance. They will. Um, and I'd end up in the situation I'm in here where family and friends should be there, but I have less family and friends than if I was just a random dude because there's family arrayed against me in this weird way. In Massachusetts from Mississippi, so my father and mother met in Berkeley, California in 1969. Um, I think my father had done some military service and ended up in San Francisco. And my mother was a weird hippie artistic type, and she went to Bucknell, and but she was in school at Bucknell for a while, doing graduate work that she never finished. Um, Stage, she was an actress. She was a favorite student of, um, oh my god, famous acting coach who cast the Godfather movies. Who he's in the second Godfather movie, the guy with the thing. Um, can't remember his name, but she gave up acting to get pregnant and go to Alaska. My parents, they got pregnant and they moved to Alaska. They took jobs teaching at an Athabascan res school up there, and then they got into social trouble locally for being weirdos in such a way that they just sort of got run out of town. They got targeted by the John Birch Society. There was a racist element. I never really heard a full breakdown, but the upshot is they decided to break up the whole effort and leave Alaska as soon as I was old enough to travel. Like I was born in Alaska, and then I left Alaska when I was like 6 or 7 weeks old. Um, and they got divorced. I think their marriage staggered around for a couple of years. I remember my father leaving. I must have been like 4. My mother's impossible. I mean, both my parents were impossible, but my mother's really impossible. How are you? Oh, so very ordinary. Um, yeah. Yeah. So then my mother ended up, my father was from Mississippi. So after they bailed on Alaska, they came back to Mississippi and then got divorced. And my mother fled north to Ohio, actually, because her sister and her sister's family and my grandmother on her side were living in Cincinnati at the time. Then they all moved off to Texas. And my mother took a transfer within the insurance company she was working for at that point and moved up to Massachusetts when I was 16. Um, Herschenful, how are you? Reaching out to the extended family might help. You don't know if you don't ask. I have reached out. Nobody will speak to me. Um, hit a factory. Wait, what are you saying? Coffee and cocaine connection. I'm all right. I'm depressed. I feel really tired today. Probably I shouldn't be drinking or smoking tobacco. Your direct answer was the first man freed from indentured servitude in Boston. Really? Who is that? Would I know that name? I'm related by marriage to Norman Rockwell. I can't remember the exact connection, but on my mother's side, I'm related by marriage to Norman Rockwell, which I would never have noticed how brilliant Norman Rockwell is if I hadn't had that making me pay close attention. Just go work at a factory for a few months. I don't think I could do it. I mean, maybe. I have a lot of trouble functioning very well. I got to keep taking gummies. I got to keep taking kratom. What's my itinerary? So I couldn't get the bike fixed and couldn't get to the DMV to get my ID tomorrow. I would very much like to plan to leave town. I've got a place in Chicago to go. John Holmes here has invited me to Chicago. So I just got to get me and the cats to Chicago. Who doesn't have trouble functioning very well? I don't at work. I don't know. Like I've got stamina for retail and restaurant work that I don't know. I feel like factory jobs are much harder. I may be wrong. Like, also we can get you proper insurance. I mean, yeah. If I stay here, I end up just embroiled in this weird business, one way or another. If I leave, a lot of it will disappear, one way or another, really quickly. And yeah, I have just enough money to move like right now. If I do it immediately. So yeah, I'm looking at the cost of like, I'm probably a couple hundred short, but like I can raise that through the channel pretty quickly if I'm arranging a road trip. Naira is of my 3 or 4 closest friends on the channel. Naira is they does like Uber stuff, so they can just drop what they're doing and come down and rent a car and drive up with me. Joe King was saying he could do it, but he's gonna have to he's got a day job right now that he just got. Zion is his day job. He's like, I can maybe get a weekend off to fly in and drive a van up with me and my stuff, or a rental car. Like we can just ship everything that won't fit in the car. There's not much. Like, I have probably 1,300 right now. I'm bleeding money because I don't have income. I don't have a day job right this minute. But I got to get an ID so that I can get another day job, like factory job, anything at all. I don't have a current ID right now. I mean, if I could get my driver's license reinstated without getting testing, or if they've got a vehicle I could use for testing at the place, but I'll find out when I get over there. If I get to Sioux Falls, oh, that'd be awesome. John Holmes has invited me to Chicago and has a room there. We can do music stuff together right away, so that's already like a perk. And driving me and the cats, I mean, financing the road trip is the main thing. I mean, that's a much longer road trip, but that's, I mean, if it's a rental, I don't know. If somebody with a credit card comes, we can get a car cheaper. That if you're locked in on a credit card and they got a number where they can hit you, then you can get a rental much cheaper. Work is easy to come by in Chicago. Yeah, and I'm in fine dining. Like, that's what I have experience in. So, like, I would just ditch all my local Mississippi everything and go back to my good job references from Ohio, like the Milano Cafe, and be like, yeah, I don't know why I got a 6-month gap there. So, like, yeah, I could land on my feet easy in Chicago. Okay, so I've never made more than, I think my best year was 15,000. The year I was a screenwriter, I think I made 20,000. But I didn't have to declare a lot of the screenwriting stuff. You need something that will pay like 77. I can't imagine that much money. I just can't imagine that much money. Let's change that. That'd be great. I don't know. Like, somebody would have to sink a few thousand into me moving. Like, yeah, I mean, I'd love to do the kind of work that is valued. I'm really good at restaurant work and rate reach out. 'Cause I just bring my acting skills. I've got like really good customer service skills. It'd be great to have a real job. I was supposed to be a screenwriter. Like my health collapsed right when my screenwriting career was going to take off. So, um, like, which comes back to the screenplay. So I've recovered some of my screenplays from this hard drive. I have, I have 5 unproduced scripts here. I just gotta read over and tighten up. Why am I single? Shouldn't I? Should I be something other than? Man, I got too much baggage. There's no way. There's just no way. I'm not interested in dating anymore. I'm just scared. um, there's no way. Yeah, I kind of flirt with Zion. I don't think I mean it. I'm just scared. My wife left in 2014, and I've been faithful to her the whole time. I tried fooling around twice. I couldn't. I miss my wife. I just miss my wife. Miss having a family. I had a family. I had a home. Huh? A couple of years of success and you're going to meet someone new. I wouldn't want to. It's very sweet to say. I wouldn't want to. It seems like it defeats the purpose of marriage vows if you're willing to break them. Doesn't really have to do with my wife. It's just. Well, if I can figure out what I'm doing, I could set up a job interview now, but I would have to get me. I would have to get me and my stuff there. I don't like. There's nobody here to take care of Pi and Zoe while I arrange to move. Yeah, Coffee and Cocaine Show. No family or friends have been willing to help me for the whole last 10 years, and now I kind of know why, and I have the channel. Like you guys are my family and friends now, and yeah, I just have to figure out how to get out of town, and I should do that as quickly as possible. Should you curl your hair or keep it blow dried? I don't know. How will it look different? I wouldn't know. I'm positive has great hair. Easy to move cats just need a carrier and a vehicle. Like you can't go on a bus or a plane with the cats. I need a picture ID even to buy a ticket on a bus or a plane. I mean, I guess I could travel by plane. I'm terrified of airplanes, but I guess I'd do it. Just have a heart attack. It'll treat me at the other end. It'd be fine. Oh, so very ordinary has the womanly advice. Blow drying is quicker. Curling is hot in summer. If you didn't have the cats, I'd say just hop on a Greyhound. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's, I think, the plan right now is if somebody can help me figure out how to set up the cat system. There's websites that enable road trips for cats, right? Like Cat People Network, and you pay them to get people to ferry your cat station by station. Like from here to Chicago is not that far. Cat carrier is a carry-on you can stow under the seat in front of you, but you can't travel on a bus with a cat at all unless it's a service animal. You can't pay extra and bring a cat. Airplanes might be different. These cats haven't had their shots. They haven't been fixed. So that's several $100s in additional expense right there. Yeah, they won't let you on a plane with cats unless they have their shots and they're fixed. Pretty sure. I'm not totally sure. I hadn't even thought of that. We can get you a pretty picture ID pretty quick. I got the birth certificate. It took something like 7 weeks for the birth certificate to arrive, and that's why my driver's license is now expired. and they told me at the DMV it's past the grace period. I can't get a new driver's license. I have to just get a picture ID that's not a driver's license. Otherwise, I could just rent a van and go. I could rent a U-Haul van. Hi, WAP. How are you? Your comments are getting stranger and stranger these days. Small domesticated pets are allowed on most inner-city buses, but it's not an inner-city bus. That's, it's Greyhound. Yeah, Greyhound doesn't let you bring a cat. Like, I went into this when I came down from Ohio. I would have just traveled by bus. I didn't have enough stuff to take a van. Yeah, the van ended up costing like $1,000. My rent is due like next week. So, and I'm gonna have to talk to this lawyer tomorrow and probably have to pay him to wrangle some paperwork. But if I can get out of here in the next 2 weeks, like I can just be late on my rent and tell them I'm trying to get out. I can't get anyone to adopt the cats, the Coffee and Cocaine Show. Nobody will come help me with the cats. Nobody will give me a ride anywhere or help me with anything. Not one person. Like I've been asking. I don't it would break my heart for Pie and Zoe to be adopted, but nobody will help. So I can't give them to a shelter. Poor Pie and Zoe. I mean, I already wouldn't be able to live with that. I'm already suicidal. God only knows. I can't let them down. I've already let everyone else down. Somehow. Have you ever heard of Neil deGrasse Tyson? Yes, he's very famous. He's very, very famous. American Airlines allows cats to travel in the cabin for a fee of $150. Pets must be at least fit and approved carrier that fits another seat in front of you for the whole flight. So you can bring one or two. Do you have to pay for 2 seats to have 2 cats? I could talk to American Airlines. I'm so terrified of airplanes, I can't even get near an airport without feeling like I'm going to have a heart attack. So I don't even know if that's possible. Like I might have a medical episode just trying to get on an airplane. But I guess I could try. I mean, American Airlines maybe doesn't come out here to the Hattiesburg Airport. I mean, there's nobody who will give me a ride anywhere. So, like, I can't get to the Jackson Airport. I can't get to the New Orleans Airport. The Hattiesburg Airport is right here, but I don't know how many planes run there. Like, I don't know who runs planes there. I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack even just having this conversation. I haven't gotten on an airplane since 2001 because I was so frightened the last time I got on an airplane. I've never been so terrified. Yeah, I don't know what happened to me in the 90s, but I don't know. I mean, it might be different now. I might not have a problem. Yeah, I mean, get drunk and take sedatives. Sedatives don't really agree with me. Maybe take hallucinogens. Maybe that would be better. Maybe not. But I don't think it's worth the. I mean, if I can get the cats there separately for me, I can just hitchhike or take a bus. Like a Greyhound bus, that's a $200 one-way ticket at the most. I mean, probably that's about what it is. I just need somebody to take the cats. Forgiveness is for yourself. Oh, I just shouldn't have been born. I wasn't wanted. It's all right. I'm used to it. Yeah, I can't get to a place where these buses go, but I mean, I I could probably take an Uber to a bus station in Hattiesburg if there's still a bus station here. But Greyhound, they have to be service animals. They just won't let you do it. And Peter Pan and C&J bus lines, like the way these buses work now, they cover each other's routes. So flying is super duper safe. It doesn't matter. Like, I didn't. It's not a question of safe. I'll have a heart attack. Like, my heart is already. I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack all the time. I gotta lie down for a couple of hours, a couple of times a day. Like, I managed to sit up for the streams. Actually, I have to lie down for the streams sometimes. I still haven't seen a doctor since my lungs and heart went out. So, I don't think I would make it. Like, I think I would have a medical episode. I'm definitely willing to try. Helpful answers and solutions. Why are you so resistant? I'm not resistant. I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen? I can start to have a heart attack while I'm trying to get on the plane, and then they don't let me get on the plane. That's what I'm actually worried about with that. I mean, I could try. But yeah, I definitely want a plan B in place if I was going to do that. Like, some way to get the cats there. I mean, yeah, everybody's really nice. You guys are, I mean, I'll get out of this situation because of you guys. We'll figure it out. But my plan A right now is Naira flies in and we rent a car and drive to Chicago. And I arrive with like $50 left, but I arrive with me and Pi and Zoe. They won't even allow people to bring cats on the bus. Will they let people bring cats on a taxi cab? What about an Uber? Uber or Lyft? I mean, there's no way to take an Uber or Lyft all the way from here to Chicago. But that will be, like, I'll take an Uber or a Lyft to the post office to mail a couple of boxes of books and stuff. Okay, UShip, a platform where you can list your cat's transport needs and receive competitive bids from qualified background checked cat transporters. Okay, I'm writing that down. Hold on. Yeah, because it's sort of two separate things. Getting the cats there in one piece, and then making sure I arrive at basically the same time as the cats. So John Holmes can pick up the cats, and I like the idea of hitchhiking, but if I have enough money to do it, I can take a Greyhound, and that is, much easier. You're just abusing yourself. I mean, there's no way anyone can hate anyone as much as I hate me. I've never been of any use to anyone I care about. That's just all there is to it. You guys are different. I matter to you guys. The audience in here are the only people who've ever really cared about me, except for 2 or 3 people who are dead. I mean, I have 1 or 2 real friends, but nobody who can, like, go $10,000 worth of help out on a limb to dig me out of this hole. They don't allow pets in the building you live in, John Holmes. Okay, well then I can't. Then I got nowhere to take the cats there. So I can't do that. Well, then that's not the plan. Yeah, nobody will take Pi and Zoe. I really just need to be dead. Just need to be dead. There's nothing else I can do, really. I need to stop worrying about other options. Just figure it out. Or just stay here where everyone hates me. And I'm in danger all the time. Live for the God who put me in this position. That's a good idea. the God who clearly hates me. All right. I mean, yeah, you have to live for God because it's a punishment in a prison on purpose. And what are you going to do? Not serve your time? No. There's never been anything good about my life. It's all right. It's all right. I just got to get used to feeling bad. That's all. Been getting used to feeling worse and worse for years and years now. It'll No, God doesn't love me. That's really obvious. Yeah, there are no blessings. Except you guys, except the channel. Maybe something will come of this that turns out to be good for me in the end. At least I can be good for you guys. It means so much to me. I try not to be too depressed in here or to get too angry anymore. It's just so nice to have people who care. Cat Cafe in Hattiesburg? That's cool. What is that? No, your life and your hardship doesn't define God's love. I just think God is hate. God hates all of us, but God hates some of us more. That's how that works. I just don't think there's much good about life at all. I do believe there's some higher purpose in the end, some higher positive purpose. That's weird. That's not far from here, that Cat Cafe. I wonder if they're affiliated with the, like, I mean, if I could rehome Pi and Zoe, I would. If I could find a good home for them. I've been trying to get somebody to take them for a while. It would break my heart, but I need to be safe. I can't keep them safe. I can't keep them safe. I'm worried now. I mean, they might know. They might know something I could do, but he loves righteousness. But I've been righteous the whole time. The punishment keeps getting worse. I've given up even trying to feel joy. Like, I've just given up. I don't bother anyone. I mean, and every time I think I've lost everything, there's more to lose. I mean, there's not much left but amputations and imprisonment. I could catch leprosy. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the next thing is another major disease. Probably. And no insurance to deal with it. The Cat Cafe holds cats for adoption, but I can't just let them wait to be adopted. Poor Pi and Zoe. I'd rather be dead. And then I wouldn't have to face that. I mean, wouldn't you? Look at what has become of my life. Wouldn't you rather be dead? There's no way to want to live with this. There's just no way. That's the Cat Cafe, but they're like right around the corner. I don't need to call them. I can go over there. Oh, by the way, I was supposed to go to church this week with those guys from the Pentecostal church. That guy's out of town this week, so he wasn't in church this week. So, like next weekend, I guess, if I'm stuck here, I'm still here. Yeah, I can't go somewhere without Pi and Zoe. I already just want to be dead all the time. Well, I can't just keep live streaming on and feel this bad. I'll pull it together. Yeah, I'll go talk to them about holding cats for adoption and see what they do. And I'm going to talk to a lawyer tomorrow. I mean, if if they feel confident, I should stand my ground. The problem is, I think as long as I'm here, the problems are just going to keep escalating. All the problems. Yeah, I can get a job, and yeah, I don't know, factory job. There's like a chicken plant here, a processing plant. But living somewhere where literally nobody will speak to me. No, oh, so very ordinary. I can't get a job anywhere that's public facing. Anywhere that somebody sees my face, these people will call them and start telling these lies. Anywhere else, I can get a job anywhere. Here, I can't get a public facing job. And I can't get any job at all until I have an ID. So I'm gonna go take care of that tomorrow. Adopt a bowl of soup. And do you have a bed yet? It's in the next room. I gotta put it together. I keep thinking I just don't deserve furniture, and then I can't. My family don't want me. If my family want me to have nothing, I shouldn't. I don't want anyone I love to be disappointed because I'm comfortable. People I love hate me. And I haven't done anything wrong, so I can't correct it. Well, there's no way to live with it. I gotta somehow try to keep going because the channel, because you guys. You guys need me to be better than this. You guys need me to be better than this. I should have brought the camera to feed the forge cats. I forgot. I should have brought you guys. I apologize. Taking a caffeine pill and it got me. Yeah, restraining order. Yeah, I gotta talk to the lawyer tomorrow about making it stick. There is one. It's just not being honored. And hopefully they'll understand the situation well enough to know how to proceed. I mean, this should be the kind of thing a lawyer is rabid to deal with. My father would have just torn this entire situation to pieces. Thank you, Splitter Splatter. Thank you. You can find me in my dimly lit basement. If your coldness should ever turn warm, but the chances of you ever change, they're as slim as your two loving arms. So I'm turning off your memory just as quickly as time will allow. So I'm turning off your memory, and the drugs seem to help me somehow. Now, if I'm lucky, someday I may forget you when the drugs finally take full control. It's not much of a future for me to look to, but I can't face this pain in my soul. So I'm turning off your memory just as quickly as time will allow. So I'm turning off your memory, and the drugs seem to help me somehow. Well, going to Chicago sounded like a good idea. I wish I could talk honestly and openly about how much I want to be dead. You just can't in here. Oh well. There's other stuff to talk about. The cicadas. I love it here so much. I love it here so much. I'm looking at the group chat now. Mm. I'll play another song. God, I'm so sick of being sad and scared. Yeah. Well. Hey, Megan. I'm trying to be okay. I'm trying to be okay. I want to roll away in your long white car through safety goggles. Have fun, Lord. Won't be a slave. You must be a star. I won't go too far in your long white car. I want to burn me up. You know, hot star with a cold drink and no damn guitar. I won't get too high, no, I won't go too slow. I want to let me go in your long white car. I judge myself by what I see. My days they're dark, my nights they're free. I hate myself for what I need. My life it's hard and your heart won't be. Thank you, Maggot, for the gift. I wanna hold your hand, dear shooting star. We could roll around in your long white car. You're nobody's slave. You drive the car. I'll get around in your long white car. I judge myself by what I see. My days they're dark, my nights are free. I hate myself for what I need. My life gets hard and your heart won't be. Oh no, your heart won't, it won't never be. And yet you're sweet. And there's so few people here tonight. I do think that actually just indicates that the wave of attention that's just locals being prurient is gone. Like everybody's gonna check in and make sure I'm cool and it's cool in here and there's nothing they need to worry about. Like there's no ongoing personal drama being vented in here in the neighborhood. Thanks, Maggot. I wrote that song in I think like 97 or 98. I think 97. I was dating the girl who was the bass player, so I wrote a song that revolved around like something really fun for the bass player to do. It's a pretty good song. The girls want me to join the group chat. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna sing some more. Yeah, I can't really talk. I'm just too sad and too scared, and I just want to be dead and I want to go home. The girls want me to hang out in the group chat, and I can't be this depressed. Hang out with the kids. I gotta be in better shape than this. I love having them around. They remind me of when I had a family. They're such good kids. I gotta do better. I gotta do better for them. I gotta do better. Well, they hung a sign up in our town. Said if you live it up, you won't live it down. So she left Oklahoma, son, just like a bullet leaves a gun. Oh, with her charcoal eyes and Monroe hips, she took that California trip. All the moon was gold, hair was the wind. She said, don't look back, just hop in. Oh, oh, you got to hold on, hold on. You got to hold on, don't take my hand. I'm standing right here. Hold on. He gave her a dime store watch and a ring made from a spoon. Everyone's looking for someone to blame. If you share my bed, you share my name. Oh, we'll go ahead and call the cops. They don't meet nice girls in coffee shops. Baby, I still love you, but sometimes there's nothing left to do but hold on, hold on. Got to hold on, don't take my hand. I'm standing right here, but hold on. God bless your crooked little heart. Tennessee got the best of me. I miss your broken China voice. Wish you were still here with me. Oh, you built it up just to wreck it down. Yeah, you burned our mansion to the ground. Say, oh baby, I still love you. But sometimes there's nothing left to do but hold, hold on. You got to hold on. Come join the chat? Okay, hold on. Hold on. How do I do that? I see your cake, Kellen. Is this where you guys are? Is this where you guys are? Is that what's going on?
Somebody joined.
Did somebody die? Is that what you said? Hey, police.
Not to my knowledge.
How is everyone?
How is I hope nobody died?
Not yet.
Because I'm not certified in CPR right now. I have to renew that.
It's early. I mean, you know, there's always time for more trouble.
God damn it, that means I have to go to the hospital.
Oh my God, Sophie had to go to the hospital last night. Let's nobody go to the hospital.
No, I have to every 6 months I have to go to the hospital and renew my CPR certification.
Oh, really? Oh.
Mhm.
I learned that once in like fourth
Yeah.
grade. They used to make you learn things in school. I don't know if they still do that. Do they still do like?
It's still a requirement to graduate here in my town.
Like first.
Still a requirement that you have to take CPR.
Like a basic first aid class too. We used to do. I'm blowing my nose with my back to the camera. That's less gross.
You're good.
Zoe is now interested. Zoe's in here because you guys are on, I think. But she's got her back to the... She's elaborately grooming herself with her back to the camera. I think that means she's displaying comfort. She's making sure you guys know she trusts you. I think. Or maybe she's just not paying any attention. Oh, there's a kitty.
Not happy kitty though.
Who's on the call? That is Police Dude, and Sophie is here, but she's got her mic muted right now. Helen is here, but she's got her mic muted, so it's just you?
Yeah, Sophie's here.
Hey, Helen. There's Helen. And I wish I had better controls for adjusting the volume relatively. Maybe I do, and I just don't know how to use them.
I'm not sure.
Just view, full screen, open picture back. So yeah, I'm not gonna show the screen. So
Pumpkin spice strippers?
Settings.
I should have known that we had those.
Hey, Vladimir Putin. John Holmes wants to know if Sophie's okay.
She's just getting food.
No, but she was in the hospital yesterday. So he just came in. So she I'll brief you. She's got gastritis and it's still causing her a good deal of pain. But she's got medicine, but she still isn't totally recovered. But it's just gastritis, but it's lousy and it's awful and painful. So it's not. I mean, that's actually not serious in the moment, but that can go on and be something. You gotta be careful of how you eat. So
it can get worse before it gets better.
Yeah. You got to change your eating habits around, probably in a couple ways. Well, I was gonna play more music, but Sophie would disapprove. I guess I'll and I don't know. I'm thinking about reading one of my screenplays out loud, but if you guys are in here, I'm not going to read out loud. But
I don't mind.
because you guys are the
I'm
guests,
just cleaning right now, so.
you guys just want to hang out in the chat, and I don't. I'd kind of forgotten that when I first started watching live streamers, a couple of the people I'd watch, they'd have people on a call, and you'd forget they're there for a while. Like they'd be there, and then 40 minutes goes by, and they suddenly say something, and you're like, "Oh, right, there's somebody on the call. They're just hanging out." Hi, Zoe. It's not like the rhythm of TV. Like TV is like if you've got guests, everybody takes turns talking. It doesn't have to be like that in here. Hold on, let me get my tobacco.
Well, I'm down to do something like this some often, like since I'm over 18. I mean, I guess I don't know.
Like showing you on the camera. Like showing you on the camera. What about being over 18? Do you mean you can?
Well, like I know you've mentioned like you're not like that. Sometimes you don't like doing stuff like this just because of ages and stuff.
Well, yeah. The first time I
Just
did,
for, like, safety risk.
the first time I did a group call and showed people on camera, I just suddenly realized I did not have control of the room, and I might be breaking rules when Not a Cat and Jelly both did face reveals. So, like, I just suddenly was like, oh, wait
There's
a minute.
nothing in.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
I don't.
nothing in YouTube's POS about it.
You're not supposed
As
to.
long as you're not showing like any sexual shit.
No,
then
you're not supposed to show a minor who's not accompanied by a guardian.
I didn't know that.
Which it's a weird rule because people break it constantly. Like that's not like
Oh, I know.
that's not a real like. And there's live streamers and YouTubers who are under 18. So
I'm in
Exactly.
Army now,
That makes
so I
sense.
could do a face reveal legally.
yeah, Helen's not like you guys are mostly showing your cats and stuff. So it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually don't like. I know I can. It's just I usually will not like if I'm on like any call or anything unless I really trust somebody. I usually don't show my face.
Yeah, that's kind of like I just didn't have control of.
Well, at least until I can get like at least until I can get like cosmetics done that I need to get done, and then I might do it again. But until then, absolutely not. Not after what my dad did to me.
Have you got scars? Face scars are cool though.
No, I'll tell you off stream. I'm not gonna say. Well,
I've got this scar where Red stabbed me in the face. I'm very proud of. And I've got.
Yeah, I think I knew about that the first time I came in here. You were talking about it, like the first day that I joined. I heard you talking about it.
It's kind of the easiest way to explain how I feel about Red. Like she's awesome, but she's trouble. I mean, right. I wish. Yeah, it's really sad that I mean, Red and I have just sort of decided that we can't live in the same town, basically. Like you know,
well, maybe that's a good way to put the drama behind you.
Yeah, I mean, well, Red and I are putting
get out of it.
Red and I have put our personal drama behind us and resolved all our difficulties and differences, but I don't think she's gonna come hang out in here soon. She's really changeable emotionally. Like she just gets angry suddenly. It's not particularly different from what my temper is dysregulated with. Like she's got a similar emotional problems, but she's also a little fritzy sometimes. Like she doesn't think clearly sometimes. She got diagnosed with schizophrenia last year, but I don't think it's schizophrenia. It's something like it. It's something.
I'm wondering, like what you're describing sounds a lot like BPD. I'm wondering if she has borderline personality disorder. Because that's what it sounds a lot like to me.
She gets really angry if you suggest that's what it is. But the symptoms line up pretty good. But sometimes
I have BPD.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it really hard to be. I don't know. I think a lot of emotional problems that are fairly common, especially the younger and younger people are. You can function better on the internet. Just the way that you interact with people. It's easier to hide when you're off. It's easier to figure out when you're having a bad moment, a bad day, a bad hour. And it's easier to be supportive of people with that kind of like wild emotional swings from a distance. It's really hard to live with somebody with that. Like there's certain kinds of mentally unwell that just annoy the hell out of people, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's annoying. Like there's nothing you can do, unfortunately. I mean, half the reason
most of the people you just gotta. with them, you just gotta offer your like if they really want help, you just gotta offer your shoulder and pray that be like, hey, if you want it, it's there. If you don't, then I'm not gonna force you. I mean, you can't force somebody to get help if they don't want it.
Yeah, it's really hard to. I mean, I don't know. It's not like schizophrenia. You can sort of medicate down. I don't know what the medicative options are for BPD.
Most mental health diagnoses are you can get medicated for. There's not a lot that aren't medicated.
Yeah,
medicatable.
And it's kind of like, if it's something serious, you medicate it enough so that you're not acting weird. Then it's really
Schizophrenia and borderline personality disorder have the same medication. Like many of them are common because the ones I take, my schizophrenic aunt takes as well. So I've noticed that.
Yeah, I think, it's sort of a spectrum. They don't, I don't think they address it, but various kinds of being bipolar and BPD and some kinds of manic depression and schizophrenia seem like they're on a spectrum. If you're hanging out with people with these disorders, like you can see, it's not an exact science diagnosing it, but there's only certain options for treatment and medication.
Yeah, but it also boils down to, like I said earlier, it boils down to the person actually stepping up and wanting to get the help and not doing it.
Well, I think Red is getting the help she needs one way or another. I don't know. I've only had a few conversations with her. She's
Shut your trap.
we're being careful not to. I'm being careful not to trigger her, and she's being careful not to interact with me too much. So
What happened?
What happened?
I just got back.
What happened is you went to the hospital. How are you?
I already told you.
Yeah, I know, but there's fans who are worried. They want to hear you say. They want to hear you say you're okay.
Just 2 simple words.
Are you on stream?
Yeah, I'm on stream. You can't stop me.
Fine, trust me.
You're fine.
I just ate dinner.
You're eating nothing but tapioca and white rice, right?
No, I ate real food. I ate meatballs and rice with garlic bread.
Oh, that sounds really good. It's better than what I had.
I'm not sure that garlic bread and gastritis. I'm not sure they go together. I'm worried now. I'd be hard.
Rice is actually pretty good for like upset stomachs because it softens up the intestine.
I don't remember when I was 19 and I had a similar episode with some kind of ulcer, some kind of gastritis, and I had to take a bunch of Zantac for a couple of weeks. But I also had to just adjust my eating habits, and at the time I was eating basically nothing but Taco Bell and pizza, and I had just started drinking regularly.
Taco Bell's nasty, bro.
It didn't. It's delicious.
This is gonna sound bad. I've never had Taco Bell ever.
Taco Bell's disgusting.
It's delicious.
I agree. It's disgusting.
Well, we won't.
I mean, it's good. Like if you have it like once in a great blue moon, but I know people that eat it like it's like there's no other food on the planet. And it's like that is so bad for your. It's so bad for your gut health. It's bad for your health in general because there's so much grease. There's stuff in there that is horrible for you.
And very little that's actually made from animals and plants.
Exactly. So that's why my sister lives down in she lives somewhere where there is Taco Bell, and she'll message me and she'll be like, "Oh Jimmy, should I have Taco Bell tonight?" And I'm like, "Well, how long ago has it been since you've had it?" And she's like, "Oh, it's been like
John Porky.
a month and a half." And I'm like, "Yeah, just don't make it a habit to eat it every single night."
Well, everything in
John.
like everything in moderation. Yeah, John Porky's in the chat. Every
Hey, John.
Yeah, I have it pulled up.
I mean, it's like food is like everything else. Don't keep consuming the same thing all the time.
Exactly.
Man, I need a fridge.
Well, and I know they just changed food pyramid or whatever. I think a couple months ago.
I'm gonna go get my cat's food.
I love how it's now.
You're looking at me like I starved them.
It's now come out that there was a long-term conspiracy on behalf of the milk industry to convince American parents that their kids should be drinking a lot more milk than is normal or healthy. Like
I saw that. I saw that the other day.
When I was a child, it was like you're supposed to drink 3 things of milk a day, just 3 little cartons of milk all the time. There's one with you get 2 at school, and yeah, it's weird. Like I don't yeah.
They say
Well, hi Zoe.
when I was growing up, and keep in mind I'm not that old, but like for me when I was growing up, it was a couple things of milk a day, 3 like it didn't have to be like large bottles of water, but like 3 like a couple ounces of water a day, and then like you can have I think it's like 1 sweet drink a day, but you're supposed to kind of hold off on the sweets, but basically a couple things of milk and then water a day is what they recommended at that time.
I don't know nothing about no health.
Well,
I wish I ate healthier.
uh,
I've got a dollar store here. The nice grocery store is like 3 or 4 miles away. It's better than it was in Ohio. I had so much trouble getting groceries in it. Well, in Ohio, my roommates would eat my food. Like they
Yeah, that's not cool.
couldn't leave food out. They would eat it. I couldn't walk away from my food. They would come in while I was cooking food and eat the food before it was done cooking. Like if I left something going on the oven and like went to my room, I would come back and it would be eaten. It would be like, what the hell? That was
right.
my dinner, man. I mean, those guys talk about Medicaid. I don't know what was wrong with Chuck and John. God only knows. But whatever it was like between the 2 of them, only one of them would be totally flipped at any given time. But poor John, like I shouldn't feel sorry for these people, but I do. I mean,
What kind of cheesecake do you prefer?
oh wow, I just like straight cheesecake.
Because I love cheesecake.
Yeah, I do too.
God, I'm craving a cheesecake now, but the store that I get from closes in about a half hour, and I have no money
Is that
because I
Greg?
just spent it all on Bill.
Is that Greg Moon? Greg Moon hasn't come in a
Strawberry-
week or 2. I actually almost messaged him at Facebook today to apologize to him for being weird to him a couple times last few times I talked to him. He's a really good friend.
Strawberry's a good one. I do like strawberry cheesecake. That one's good too.
I like just eating strawberries with cheesecake like as a separate thing.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good combo.
John Holmes is saying he eats cheesecake every day. Joe King, oh yeah, he would be great to
I see
connect
that.
again. I don't strawberry cheesecake is cool, but just regular cheesecake is my favorite. Can you guys see the chat? There's a little bit of a delay going on, but I don't know which thing is delaying. It's fine.
I have it pulled up on I have it on my phone.
Okay, so that's you guys are responding to it. Sophie, you're so mean. I'm gonna.
Well, I used to do that. I used to be a YouTuber for like a year or 2, so.
I'm gonna sing a song for Sophie in a minute. I'm gonna play guitar.
No. I've never had that one. I've never had that type of cheesecake before, but I want to.
Cheesecake. Oh my god. Yeah, I miss going out to the restaurants. This thing that's going on where like, yeah, soon maybe.
If you ever come here to my town, there's a good pie shop that makes really good like pies, cheesecakes, bars. Yeah, so it's amazing.
Well, I need to find out tomorrow whether I should commit to staying in town or commit to going. But if I leave town like now, like my rent is due, and I have enough money to get by for a couple of weeks, so I arranged for another day job. But I'd really rather leave town if I had somewhere else to go. This has just gotten to be such a drag here. I don't know. Like I guess I could go hang out by the cemetery. Like I like going out.
Yeah, that's not sketchy at all.
Well, that
just be like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they just see some random guy just sitting in the cemetery.
No, I have gone down there in the middle of the night a couple of times though.
I too.
It's that weird back road. Just the one right over here. It's just got like 10 graves. There's just nothing there at night. Like I could bring my guitar down there and play. There's houses, but they're not very close. And then down at the end of that road is actually the police shooting range is down at the end of that road.
You
So
play the same chords over and over again, bro.
yeah, it's just.
But I am.
Am I supposed to play more
Well,
chords?
for us here, I tried it. Like, I'll go to because my family, like, not my blood family, but my mom's grandparents own one of the churches here in my town, and we also own a lot for the cemetery. And I'll go out there I don't do it every day, but I'll go out there like once or twice a week, and I'll just make sure that the graves are good and everything, just so it's maintained.
It's weird because this is such a small town that the little cemetery down here one of the graves that's a mess is somebody named Hatton, and I was like, I should get in touch with Kenny. Like, I know Kenny Hatton.
Sure.
Like, I
Just
know.
joking. It is police here.
I know somebody that's named Pipe Patton, and she's one of my best friends.
You guys are finally hearing my voice.
Wait, Sophie, did you say something about a cat named Pyewacket?
No.
This is you're breaking up.
What the?
This is Zoe in my lap, not Pyewacket. I don't Pyewacket's. She-
Hi, ordinary. Hi, joking. Hi,
Sophie.
Sophie's got the robot voice.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up badly.
I'm not doing anything. Trust me.
That is police dude joking.
Hello.
Hi, also very ordinary.
Hi, ordinary. Hi, Joe. Hi, Yuppie. Hi, John Holmes. Hi, Porky. Hi, Imposto. Hi, Helen.
Oh, just like I'm bored.
That was Sophie.
I'm bored.
All right. Well, I'll set the trailer on fire and we'll watch it burn.
Bet.
That'll be
Count me in on that.
that'll be fun.
Let's not. I'm gonna act like I didn't hear that.
John Holmes says, "Let's
That's
sacrifice
awesome.
Pyewacket." That's just.
Salute.
No, let's not sacrifice anybody or anything.
But
Sacrifice Rogan and Helen.
I love Pye, and so why sacrifice Helen?
Sacrifice.
Yeah, she
No, I'm okay. Sacrifice.
she's
What the hell?
she just did her
I
hair.
told you one. I mean, same.
I'm wondering if we should be concerned about Sophie's well-being. The fact that she's always mentioning arson.
Her and Jelly. Jelly is always talking about killing people.
Yeah, both of them are just as bad.
Yeah. YouTube is
And
a
then
bit.
yesterday alone, they were talking about it for like an hour or two. Just straight up, we're just like, oh yeah, we're gonna go do this and this and this, and it's like, no, let's not.
Hold on.
Let's go do some arson, guys.
Let's
No.
do some arson.
Absolutely.
I mean, I legally can't stop you, so
Well, I mean, I don't think we need to worry.
nah. But also, it's good to see you too. Hope you're doing well.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to. Who else am I talking to? I'm talking to the chat.
I should be in the next room putting the bed together.
I should be.
Are you going to get to keep your cats, WAP? I don't have a plan to leave. I don't have a plan to leave town, WAP, that allows me to keep the cats. So, if I thought Pye and Zoe could have an awesome home, I could be convinced. But that is like a nuclear option.
Focus on Zoe.
Like Pye and Zoe are the mascots of the channel. Like they matter more than me to the channel. They can't play guitar or talk about old movies, but so
Well, and if you're going to Chicago, that's only 6 hours away from me.
John
And
Holmes,
I think like 7 or 8 hours for me.
he can't have cats there. I mean, there is maybe some kind of alternate option where I bring Pye and Zoe to some fan of the channel on the way there in some other way.
Hey.
Well, where do you?
Hello.
Well, where do you live? What state do you live in? What state do you live in?
Who, me?
Well,
Or
she
Sophie?
said bring her the cats, but I don't think I can bring her the cats. Yeah, John Holmes' building doesn't allow pets. So, I mean, Chicago, I probably have other fans in Chicago. If I talk about this for a week, I might scare up a plan. Like for Pye and Zoe to come with me and
What
then
you could do, look at your analytics page and see like where people tend to watch from. Look at your analytics. That's a good way to know where your fans are,
What do you
or like where
see?
people are watching from.
I mean, Chicago's a big town, and then you range 200 miles out. There's places where there's friends of the channel who will host Pye and Zoe for a month while I pull it together to live somewhere where they're allowed, right? Or 2 months, something like that.
I would, but the two cats I have are not really friendly with other cats.
Joe-
We learned that the hard way.
Joe King says I'd definitely take care of them if I were to get some benefactor. I would pay somebody to keep them until I could move them back in with me, for sure. Like I would pay cat boarding for sure. I mean, you
Let me see.
can find people to do cat boarding, but there's online resources for that. This cat cafe in the neighborhood
And not to mention
that-
money.
Yeah, food stamps, Sophie. I got to get ID to do that. So tomorrow I'm getting ID, hopefully, and then like I can, establish my address. I have not looked into signing up for food stamps
forgot
yet,
about that.
but there's a couple of things like that. Again, I also got to file for my taxes. I have not done my taxes this year, and there'll be money coming back.
Give me your social security number, please.
You're trying to get. I was cleaning my kitchen earlier and I found my social security card and she's like, "Oh yeah, let me get that." I'm like, "Yeah, no, thank you."
Extended Stay America, pet friendly, $2,500 a month. Yeah, I'm paying $450 a month here, and that's like, I don't know. Should you be super rebellious now since you're 18 and do something? I don't know what that consists of where you are. I don't know. I don't know what super rebellious consists of where you are,
I
Helen.
was thinking of doing a face reveal, but there are guys on here, so I'll wait. Police. I don't know her well.
You have no-kill shelters, Joe King, but putting Pi and Zoe in a no-kill shelter is cruel to them. They've never been away from each other or away from me. And so any option that just puts them somewhere where they will eventually find a decent home is not a great option. They just can't be separated. Like, I can't put them in a situation where they get adopted out separately. So,
Let's see how far. Give me 1 minute. I'll see how far Chicago is from.
but the first thing I got to do is get an ID. I'm gonna get the ID squared away tomorrow so I can travel and see if I can get a driver's license without it being end of the world problematic. And then
Oh, somebody's car alarm was going off.
And I got to talk to the lawyer tomorrow morning. There's a pretty good chance the lawyer's going to be like, just settle down, stay calm. We'll wrangle this. It's going to cost some money, but stay where you're at, and it'll be good. That means that I can't really. I will be socially like ostracized in this weird small town situation. Like I'm the girl on the Scarlet Letter, except I never even got pregnant. But I can do that for a few months while I pull it together to move to. It was having the hotel room here where I could keep Pi and Zoe was the reason I came here, as opposed to like I didn't have another good option. I keep talking like I angled to come back to Mississippi because I had family here and friends and connections. Yeah. But also, if somebody had just offered me straight up a place to go, there were a couple of offers I kind of burned past. Gandalf had a room where I could bring the cats. But I've only been talking about this for a couple of days. I didn't like it was like yesterday. I was like, okay, you know what? Never mind. I want to bail on this. This just sucks. So,
I just looked up and Joe is 5 hours because I just searched up where Chicago is from here, and it's 5 hours and 4 minutes away. So you guys could be here in less than 6 hours.
See, and that's what I mean. Like, if it's 5 or 6 hours away, then I can make some crazy arrangement to drive Pi and Zoe somewhere to stay with someone. I can stay with John Holmes for a month or two, get on my feet, get the money together to get a place where I can have Pi and Zoe. I mean, they're awesome. So, yes, aren't you, Zoe? Tell them you're awesome.
No.
Say it. There you go. Sometimes you have to squeeze her kind of hard to get her to make noise. Isn't that right, Zoe?
It's time I'm doing a face reveal on a call, but please.
He's a.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not a bad person. I promise. I'm probably one of the sweetest people you're gonna meet.
I really don't know you.
I'm only really nice when I'm not being flippy. I yell at people sometimes. Lift Zoe up again. Oh, so very ordinary. There she is. It's Zoe. She's purring. Zoe likes being manhandled. Like the couple of times you guys have seen me throw her on the mattress, like she thinks that's fun. Look, yes, it's very fun, Zoe. She also likes being held upside down like a baby. Don't you, Zoe?
That's how you're supposed to hold cats. By what I've seen, you're supposed to hold them on their back.
Pi Wacket hates it. She doesn't like being picked up at all. I think maybe she doesn't like heights. But like if you stand up with her in your arms, she gets nervous.
Yeah, some cats just don't like being held.
Yes, Zoe. Yes. That is a very strange noise. Are you all right? No.
I'm so happy the humidity is finally dying out. because I can actually sit on my porch without sweating buckets.
I'm really nauseous. I should not be smoking tobacco at all. I need to quit again.
Smoking too.
I'm not drinking tonight. I'm not going to drink alcohol tonight. I don't think it doesn't.
For you, Rogan.
Well, it doesn't really agree with me anymore. But you guys have seen like the upshot of when I'm drunk all day is I stream 3 hours less and I get about 2 hours less of stuff done around here. Like it's just debilitating. I mean, I don't know. When you're young, that's the case too. But you don't plan your time so tightly. Live streaming requires me to plan like every minute, basically. So, like, I got to make sure I'm on when I'm on. I think yesterday and the day before, there was just like a 3-hour dropout at some point. Either I call it early, like I'll decide I'm just too tired from drinking to do the reading stream and come in after that, or I think yesterday I just took a nap. That's some strange noise.
offensive, bro.
Maybe I can get Ethan to adopt them, though DC is a stretch. DC to Chicago. God, that's probably a 10-hour drive, huh? I don't know.
That's a 67-minute drive.
That adds a whole extra.
Depends on what route you take.
It adds a whole extra day to driving. Yeah. When am I getting off live? I don't know, Helen. I have been aiming for doing a reading stream at about 10, like an hour 15 from now.
Police salute safe into your face for Bill Helen.
You're bored, Helen?
What?
It's boring when I read. It is boring when I read.
Or
It's true.
I'm
It's
gonna take police for a sec. Come back in, okay? Give me a sec.
Yeah, come back until we tell you.
Okay.
come back
Okay.
where I am now. Hey, Helen. How are you?
Hi. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Helen has gorgeous hair. I'm not going to show her, but she has gorgeous hair.
It's you.
So what kind of trouble are you trying to cause now that you're 18? That you want to be a rebel? You said.
What's the most I could do?
I don't remember. Okay, when I turned 18, I had that weird incident at my girlfriend's house. I don't remember that I did anything special for. I was a senior in high school, and I turned 18 in April. I don't think I did anything particularly special. I don't know that your privilege isn't
I ran away.
like where you are. Does 18 allow you to drink, or like are you allowed to suddenly drive the car out?
Some states do. Some states don't. Driving is allowed, but drinking is not in my state.
I don't know. Like through my senior year in high school, like I always was a movie nerd. So by then I was already like I had my own weird little personal private life where I would get myself out to movie. Like back in the 80s, there were a lot of movie theaters. There were a lot of neighborhood theaters, and I would go see movies by myself 4 or 5 times a week sometimes.
67 degrees Fahrenheit in here, in my outside.
That's crazy.
I'm not even lying. It's 67 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly clear with the moon out.
I don't believe you. You're just making an excuse to say 67.
I can send you a picture.
You know, you kids can fake anything. Sophie's circle picture is a kitty cat. Oh, that's a different one, isn't it?
That's Fiji.
The cat is Fiji?
Cat's name is Fiji. We thought it was going to be a boy, and it's what's like the only different colored cat than what Angel looks like. So we were going to name her Widow, if we didn't know that it was a girl.
What do you call the circle picture? I don't know. I have no idea. Fiji is overpriced water, yes. Water is generally overpriced.
My cat named after FGTV.
I really like the way I look in the chat video. I look ominous. I look like I look like the guy who's the interrogator at the end of 1984. When Winston Smith like wakes up in room 101 and it's like, "Oh, you're the You're the guy, huh? And I'm like, yeah, I'm here to torture you until you become a fascist.
No, you just look like you're.
That's crazy.
I look much nicer on the phone. It's weird. It has to do with lighting. The color correction. Is it?
Yeah.
Cameras are so cool.
7 degrees Fahrenheit, mostly clear with the man out.
It's way too cool here. It's probably. I'm actually running the air conditioning off and on right now, but mostly the last few weeks it's been just cold for Mississippi this time of year. Like it should just be like 90 degrees out at all times now, and maybe like 85 at night if you're lucky. But a lot lately it's been cooler, and everywhere else it seems like people are saying it's much hotter than normal.
You're saying by Wednesday we could see heat index of up to 100 degrees.
What is it, Zoe? What?
I think the high for tomorrow is like 96 or 97.
So has anyone seen the Backrooms yet?
Yeah, I watched it last night and it's really good.
I don't I'll be over by where the movie theater is when I'm at the DMV and also the Indian restaurant, but I'm trying to be broke. So I guess I mean if you're gonna be broke anyway, you might as well buy Indian food for lunch. But I'd like the other thing is I could go see a matinee of the Backrooms while I'm there. It's an 8-mile ride to the DMV. So like if
Hey, John Holmes, check your email. Check your Google chat. I sent you another request.
has anyone seen a Serbian
No, I
film?
sent one yesterday.
Helen and Sophie
I'm
wouldn't
gonna
want to
leave
see
now
Serbian
because
film.
I have to study. What?
Goodbye, Helen.
Bye, Helen.
Bye,
Did
everyone.
she just say she has to start a war?
Yeah,
Because I have to go study.
she's in India. The politics are complicated, but yeah, she has to go to war. It's an Indian thing. You don't believe me? I'm just
No,
making
I
it up.
I thought she said she's gonna start a war.
Who's from India?
Helen's from India.
Helen's she said she spent her childhood in England though, but she's in India now. Yeah, she's Indian. That's the accent.
Okay. I like that accent though.
Yeah, her accent's
I
cool.
really like her accent.
Um,
I used to have when I was like 15, I had a part German accent, but that kind of went away.
I have this. It's basically like standard American dialect for TV accent because of my mom being a trained actor. She has TV voice. Yeah, Zoe's just sitting here meowing at me. Zoe.
I'm starting to think that's because of the way she's like. The way she. Oh my god. Zoe!
What? What is that? Why does that sound like an anime song to me?
I know exactly what show it is.
It is from an anime. Yeah.
Zoe!
All right. I'm gonna duck out of the call here, you guys. I'm gonna.
God damn it, Sophie!
I think I'm gonna go ahead and read something in chat. So, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I should wait until I gotta read Lord of the Rings. Maybe I should start reading earlier and then come back into chat around 11. If I read from like 9 to 11, I've been aiming for reading at midnight, but the actual like peak for my audience, like the most people are around between midnight and 3. Like, and there's usually this huge bump where like the insomniacs, like the regulars are actually like, they want to hang out and talk at like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it's nocturnal.
Yeah, it's kind of how I started. It's the night shift live stream. All right.
Red Pickup, Phelan, 20, not 45. Slow down.
All right. All right, guys.
Yelling at people. I love yelling at drivers on the street. I love it.
I'm gonna duck out for a minute, you guys. I will catch you soon. I'm gonna duck out of the call. I'll see you guys soon.
There.
Hi, Rogan.
I left the meeting. Huh. Well, that's fun. Yeah, I worry about showing rooms people are in, like showing, like if somebody's just like, here's my face and I show it, or here's a picture and I show it, that's one thing. But like when I had a call come in and there were multiple people in their own spaces and I didn't have control over what was going on in those spaces. And it was Jelly and not a cat too. They're really young. I was like, I don't know about that. But yeah, that's fun. We got to get more people in the groups. Yeah, John Holmes, you got to join the group chat so you can come in and hang out. We'll get more and more fans to join and be guests in the stream. Look, the number just dropped. Everybody left as soon as they were gone. You guys don't love me. All right, Zoe, you're gonna let me up? Nope. Zoe. Yes? Tell them again. No? She's been very strange with it. Yes? You gotta lay down. Yeah, you have to? Alright. Alright, Zoe. Zoe is too cute. Yes, you're too cute. Pie Wacket is just like Zoe has crowded her out of all my affection and attention for like a week now. Pie Wacket's just sad. And Pie is the kind of cat she gets annoyed if I try to like pick her up and carry her in here. She'll get annoyed and run back out. Like I'd have to coax her to come hang out. And she would reluctantly let me be sweet to her, and then Zoe will get right in the way. Like Zoe just comes rushing in and meows at me really loud and insists on getting all the snuggling and all the attention. I'm not sure what to do about it. You gotta stop. You gotta stop mogging your sister, buddy. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, they gotta stay together, and they've never been in any kind of situation where there's other people around or like putting them in a shelter, even if there were like some special instruction that they had to stay together. Maybe make shorts of pies. Oh, I've made a bunch. There's a bunch going back to when they were little kittens. Like as soon as I got them, I started making and uploading shorts of them. There's shorts of Pie Wacket playing fetch from like a couple years ago. Yeah. They haven't been doing much exciting lately. I need to make more of the cats on the porch too. Like, yeah. Yeah. I just, I've been really. Pie Wacket, don't hiss at her. Pie Wacket heard us talking about her. She's in the room, but she's not happy with her sister. Pie Wacket. Could they handle a Siberian husky who loves to swish her tail at cats? Probably, yeah. That was fun, cool. Well, we should do that a little bit every stream. We should get people to come in every stream. Cheered me up too. I was really depressed a little while ago. Yeah, I'm trying to think if these guys have experience with dogs. Well, I was already planning to make them live with a Siberian Husky because Red has a Siberian Husky named Howlin' Wolf that's on her channel. I don't know how she ended up with that dog, but I'm sure a little easier in my mind about Red wandering up and down the country being an unhinged crazy girl when she has the dog with her the whole time. You're thinking of adopting 2 barn cats? But you should get these guys. Come get these guys, they're so very ordinary. Then I'd know that they were okay. Or we'll arrange to, because then my options for traveling and moving are much, much different. I don't want these guys to be anywhere that isn't a good home for them. Dog and Red are a good duo, yeah. I'm glad she seems to be doing well. I wish I could talk to Red more and keep up with her more. Yeah.
I don't think there's ever a world in which Red won't suddenly start yelling at me about stuff that I can't do anything about. But yeah, I mean, we can arrange for the cost of transporting them. There's so very ordinary. We were talking about the cat transport system. There's a couple of ways to do that. These people at the cat shelter in the neighborhood might know some stuff on that front too. DC to here is like a 25-hour drive, I think. It's a serious drive. That would be awesome if a friend from the channel could take Pine-Zo. And then I wouldn't have to worry about, I mean, you guys, you don't know how much I worry about things going awry for me. Like, I can be totally homeless if I need to be. Not permanently, but 978 miles, that sounds about right. It's a big country. Yeah. Yeah, I could rent a U-Haul for local and then just run up the mileage like a madman and drive them up there. I mean, I'd have to have a driver's license to do that. I don't have a drive. And then just pay the bill off over the next few months. Like a homeless people are disappearing here in DC. They disappear in Tampa. I had 2 friends in Tampa disappear while I was there. And people just die in the street. People who are too mentally ill to feed themselves, they just waste away in the street. Playing Voldemort. I mean, a lot of the systemic problems in this country have been building up over a long period of time. The heartlessness of the crew was pretty astonishing to me in Tampa, but I think it's like that in a lot of places now. Me, the homeless people, anyone in trouble in the poor neighborhoods in the street, the cops aren't competent and they don't care. The hospitals and clinics, they don't care, and they're incompetent and they're overwhelmed. And I mean, in Tampa, people just sleep on the sidewalks in places. There's tent cities. The better organized homeless people live in tent cities, but you can have a real job and a real income if you have any kind of a problem with a background check. You can't rent. Now that I've gotten onto a real lease in this trailer, that's another thing. I'd really rather not get up and leave and just break this lease, because now I've got my foot back in the door of being a respectable bill-paying citizen. Like, and getting a stable ID, like a stable address long enough to have an ID. And but Pine-Zo are like they're my family, but they're, you know, I need to get myself stable. Listen, you guys. Zoe. Yeah, I'm such a weird guy. I end up with a serious problem with bullying and personal clashes in any institutional setting. But I don't know that I'd ever have to deal with a homeless shelter now. The live streaming in the audience, I think, is big enough now that couch surfing could be constructive and interesting for the channel, but I can't do that with the cats. Yeah. Traveling, and just with the laptop and a bag of books, a couple changes of clothes, and the guitar. I mean, but I really like having a stable day job. I mean, the channel isn't really going to pay for everything for me for another year, or not comfortably. Yeah, somebody in here was talking about hooking me up with a decent job and an income of like 77,000 earlier, and I thought, like, I don't need much. It costs about $30 a day to keep me going if I eat everything I want to eat. I wouldn't know what to do with all that money. But I've already lost everything. I'm already committed to considering myself in the way of wandering the earth. I have possessions here now, but I'm having trouble even putting that bed together. Certified Ripper, how are you? Yeah, I thought if I didn't drink tonight, I would get the bed put together, but I'm just too depressed to do much of anything. I should be reading these screenplays. I should be reading screenplay to you guys right now. I have several of my scripts recovered now, so I can read some of my screenplays out loud to you guys. I need to read them to polish them to get an agent, to put the portfolio together to get a screenwriting agent. I've definitely got 5 finished scripts that I could sell. I just have to go over them once. I was going to read them out loud, but I hate my writing so much. And it's really good. Like, that's not the problem. I really like my writing. I'm just not as good as, like, Ben Hecht or Preston Sturges. Like, my standards are too high. I can't enjoy my own work, even my best work. I hate to read my own work out loud. It seems so self-obsessed. Yeah, Piewacket's in here now, but she's so annoyed with Zoe. That was the blue alert coming in again for that, like, criminal on the loose in the neighborhood. Sorry about that, you guys. Yeah, I can get on my feet. $600 a month. Yeah, I can get a studio apartment in Chicago. I can pay for it with restaurant work, and yeah, I'll live a little slimmer. Channel will help some. I'll do live streaming stuff like in real life there. Yeah, that'll, and John Holmes will help me get on my feet. Like, he's got a room for me to land in, so the first month's rent I don't have to scramble. But yeah, it's going to take me 2 months probably to get on my feet at all. Like, get out of John Holmes's spare room into some other place is going to take 2 months for sure. I mean, that's just common sense. It's a common sense assumption. So, yeah, somewhere to park Pienzo temporarily or permanently that is absolutely friendly. Like, you guys see, I don't know that they're particularly attached to me. I don't want them to be in a disrupted living situation, though. They love me, for sure. And I've always been so gentle with them. Like, they're sensitive. They've grown up to be sensitive little kitties. They get scared of the rain. I love them so much. There's always more cats to take care of. There's always more cats that need rescuing and need homing. Yeah, I wish I felt better. I should be trying to put that bed together. Yeah. So are you still in here, John Porky? I was gonna read Tolkien early tonight, I think. Man, my heart. I gotta not smoke tobacco also. It's bringing me down right away. My energy level's wrong. I'm emotionally, like, I don't know. I'd be emotionally a mess anyway. Tobacco, like, I can smoke tobacco if I treat it like a hard drug, effective in very small doses. I can smoke 1 pipe full of tobacco once or twice a day. That's fine. But I'm smoking it regularly all night, and it's making me feel not great. Cool. 950, so like probably 2,000 to move in. I'll worry about that when I mean, you cross one bridge at a time. Yeah. If I knew I was safe here and these attacks got halted online, I don't know, I still wouldn't stay here at this point. This has turned out to be a debacle on multiple levels for reasons I have no control over. It's a shame. It's just such a shame and such a waste. It's been so much trouble just to make sure Pi and Zoe are safe and stay with me.
But I couldn't leave them in Ohio. I just couldn't. Um, um, yeah, I don't know why I feel so drained and so tired, but I'm blaming the tobacco. I was drinking heavily for a couple of days, but that also affects your heart action. Yes, Zoe, you gonna get under my feet? I got a piece of pizza. Bullets by Luigi. How are you? I don't normally eat while I'm on stream, but I am. I'm breaking my own rule. Yep, I'm just falling silent while I eat a whole slice of pizza. Yep. It's very out of character for me. I should, okay, hold on. The MSN homepage is fishing for me with articles. Only 3 movies have better screenplays than Casablanca. I don't believe it. I mean, being John Malkovich, Chinatown, and The Godfather. Oh no. Oh no. I mean, those are all really good scripts. The script for His Girl Friday by Ben Hecht. I think it's probably the best movie ever written. Hail the Conquering Hero by Preston Sturges. Chinatown, script for Chinatown by Robert Towne. They use that in classrooms. I don't remember which one of the basic screenwriting textbooks I read when I was coming up uses Chinatown as its main example, but the script for Chinatown is famously better on paper than the actual finished movie Polanski made. It's just a really good script. I'm like, the script for The Godfather, come on. The script for The Godfather 2 is better than the script for The Godfather. Who are you kidding? Who are you kidding? I'm very tempted to just lapse into reacting to stuff. I don't like to react to anything but you. If we could watch movies, if we could watch clips from movies easier, that would. But the bots came crashing down on me like the hand of God. That nostril cutting scene in Chinatown. Oh, So Very Ordinary. It's a Roman Polanski movie. And he was a little ahead of his time in a bunch of ways as a director, but when there's gore involved, he makes sure it's straight. Like the violent moments in The Tenant. There's a couple of other Polanski movies that have nasty bits of violence. Oh, Macbeth. His Macbeth. When they were shooting Macbeth and they did the massacre scene where there's like a room full of bodies with blood splattered all over them. They're setting it up and Roman Polanski came in. The cinematographer or somebody said, yeah, maybe that's too much blood. And Roman Polanski said, that's not too much blood. You should have seen my house last summer. Yeah, his Macbeth is super cool. There's at least one other movie from that period of Polanski that I really like. The Tenant is my favorite, though. There's one or two others that. What did I have for dinner? I just ate some leftover pizza. Christina bought me that pizza yesterday, and I was still working on it. There's one piece left. It hurts my teeth a lot to eat. I forget that that's why I don't eat in front of people. Yeah, John Holmes, I don't know, making a joke, I don't know, is a good way to win an argument. But it is true that people who've never seen crime scenes don't. I mean, the other thing about that is that the blood in Macbeth that scene doesn't look particularly realistic. Rosemary's Baby is the other Polanski horror movie that has some really gory moments in it. He made so many movies. There's at least two others that are kind of violent sometimes. He's good at action movie violence too, and he doesn't do it much. Frantic with Harrison Ford has some really good like chase scenes and like climbing up the sides of buildings and stuff. Hold on. Oh, I see. Yeah. No. I haven't really figured out the best way to easily, quickly access the drive that I have plugged into the computer with all my old work on it. Like, I just haven't had an external drive before hooked up to this computer. And somehow it's confusing me. You would think there would just be an icon that would pop up, but that's not how this works, apparently. Well, I managed to open a photo that's in the drive. This is just the final draft one, so I really need to not be so old in the brain. Is this really okay? File Explorer. Here we go. I'm glad Satan's not in here to make fun of me. I haven't seen Satan all night. Hope she's doing okay. There we go. Yeah, almost all of my lost writing is here. And I have the manuscript for my book, which I don't have a copy of the actual book, called Burn Before Reading. Which Red did the cover for. You can buy it at Amazon, but I don't normally talk about it because they never paid me they locked me out, so I can't get the royalties, and it's really, really, really annoying. And I can't get it taken down without destroying Red's work on it. And so that's just doubly annoying. Hope Penelope is okay too. Yeah, I haven't seen her yet for a minute. Hey, Daryl, you have a copy of it? I've got the manuscript now. I've got this old hard drive that had sort of like external hard drive, an external drive that I thought had failed because it had been bounced off some pavement. Yeah, Pyewacket is mad at Zoe. Pyewacket, put up with your sister. It's yes, Pyewacket, I love you. Hop up. Yeah, hop up. Pyewacket wants some attention now too. Yeah, I've recovered a bunch of my old screenplays, so I got to get them ready to sell them. So Zoe's trying to get on my lap again, and Pyewacket's hissing at her. I know Pyewacket. She's very annoying, and she keeps trying to take all your fun. Come here, buddy. Don't beat her up. It's all right. Here, I got you, Pyewacket. Don't let her. Yeah, you don't gotta hit her. Just settle down. You just heard Mount Security and So by Peter Gabriel this week, like you hadn't heard them before, Wojo? Oh yeah, I saw him live on the So tour. That was an amazing. Pi won't let me pick her up usually. Oh, So Very Ordinary. That's why I asked her to hop up the first time. She'll get mad. I can't pick her up, carry her. She gets annoyed. She has to come to you. Usually she'll come and curl up on my chest. Like, I think I literally have to shut Zoe out of the room. But Pyewacket is now kind of aggressively trying to at least lie by my feet. I think, yeah, I don't know. I really like Security too. Security is really amazing. When I saw Peter Gabriel live, Lay Your Hands on Me was one of the high points of the show. It was really intense. And they closed with Biko. The sinister sounding Peter Gabriel over the there's something about So though that's the way that it's sort of like white funk. It's like the David Bowie stuff that's sort of like kind of like big Detroit black sound, like Young Americans, like that period of Bowie, like to Let's Dance. It's definitely not his best stuff, but it might be the stuff I like the best. I don't know. I went back a year or two ago, and Security. I think I love every song on. I think there's maybe one or two of the weirder, more depressing songs I don't love, but that has I Have the Touch and Shock the Monkey. There's at least Pyewacket. Don't beat her up. It's okay, buddy. Come over here. Just hop back up on my lap and don't beat up your sister. She's bigger than you. Oh, stop growling. Pyewacket. Pyewacket, why don't you just come hang out, buddy? She's cornered behind my chair. You can come around her and have fun. Oh, Pyewacket. It's all right, buddy. Oh yeah, Scary Monsters from that period too. Like there's the Eno albums, which I think are really cool but overrated. Like I just didn't get into them when I was really into psychedelic drugs. I think it's too late now. But yeah, I love Scary Monsters. I always wanted to cover Ashes to Ashes, but it's tricky. Like it's tricky in several ways. It's hard. Like it would be hard to pull it off live. Scary Monsters and Super Creeps. The Bowie singles collection I used to have had some really good sort of side singles, standalone singles from that era. The version of Cat People from the movie that Giorgio Moroder produced is really cool. One of the last things I got into in Tampa, at some point I downloaded all the David Bowie. And his last 5 or 10 studio albums, the very last one, the Deathbed album, is not very good. But like the 6 albums before that, there isn't a single one that was famous or had a radio hit, and they're all really good. Like, there's some really good stuff on all of them.
There's a song called Seven I really want to learn to play on one of those last albums, and he covers a Pixies song on one of them. I think he does a couple of odd Brian Eno covers. The Cat People '82 version, yeah, the version of that song, Putting Out Fire. You thought Black Star was great? I don't think there's a standout song on it. I couldn't get into it, but I only listened to it like once when it came out. I think the one right before that I didn't love either, but there's 3 or 4 that I think I'd have to look at but I downloaded it all at once, so I wasn't paying that close attention. Lazarus was the standout. Yeah, that's the one that he made the video for. Yeah, I remember that. Kind of reminds me of the recent Nick Cave albums. I feel like there's some. Well, I mean, with Nick Cave, it's clear that he's off his game because Mick Harvey is no longer in the band. Bowie's 10's work over Zero's work. Yeah, he was getting better and better. Yeah, the last album, that me not liking that, like, I need to listen to it again. Black Star. Man, he died while I was living in Tampa. Hit me really hard when David Bowie died. And I guess it's because I just thought of him, something about the way he was plastic about his image made me think he was like a cartoon and couldn't, like Lou Reed died, and it was sad, but I was okay with that. Johnny Cash died, but I saw that coming. He'd made like 6 deathbed albums by then. And when Brian Eno dies, I'm going to be broken up, but like I'm ready for that. But Peter Gabriel also. Something about David Bowie specifically is there's something magical about him. You were never a big fan of Bowie? You should listen to him more. Also, he's an incredible character actor. He's just such a good actor. Yeah, David Bowie has that quality. Space Oddity. My favorite one's Ziggy Stardust, I guess, by far. But you know, once I discovered T-Rex and Mark Bolan and Electric Warrior, my respect for Ziggy Stardust dropped a couple of notches. And the Lou Reed album Transformer, though I kind of think a Transformer is a Bowie album also. I was too young to notice at the time that in Rocky Horror Picture Show, Frankfurter is Lou Reed, and Rocky is Iggy Pop, and Riff Raff is Brian Eno. I think there's one more that's clearly like influenced by that. Suffragette City. Oh yeah, the singles are always great with Bowie. Like that's one thing with him is, it's like the Stones. He's really good at lining up a really good A single and B single for each album. Like the game where you got to make a set of demos for the label and follow through, even when you're a huge star. Bowie was really good at that. He was really good at that. The train. Yeah, my heart is just not in this anymore. The live streaming I'm good with, but the number's so off today. I have a feeling. That's because the attack mob has come in and looked in the door enough to realize, like, yeah, dude's fine. And I have a feel, if I stick it out locally, yeah, I can, like Scarlet Letter, I can wait till the storm breaks and my reputation is mostly recovered. But I will still have so much opposition come at me socially in this town that most of what I want to do is impossible. It'll be really uncomfortable for me to cover the local music scene as a live streamer. It'll be weird for me to manage putting together a live band to play a show or two. I think I might be able to do that. I think we might play in Laurel though instead of Hattiesburg. Like I don't feel like fighting against the way that people have decided they're my enemies here just because it's opportunity knocks. People had other reasons to dislike me, like Dude went to Hollywood. He thinks he's a big shot. Dude's a live streamer. He thinks he's a big shot. Like, I just don't want to deal with any of that. That would be bad in any random small town. Like, I had a little bit of that effect in Lima. If I get a band together, are you willing to travel to Mississippi and play? I mean, that's John Holmes. Deke is a really good engineer and producer. He's got a studio set up out in Laurel. I may. I asked him. I'm asking him for some. He was kind of saying that there might be a place for me to live at his place by the end of the summer. He's sort of setting stuff up and moving stuff around. He owns property. There's a creek. There's gators. I was threatening to move into a tent there a few months ago when I was in Ohio, and I was desperate. And I think I think it's definitely going to be the kind of place where I could pull up a van and live in the van. Once they get Pines out fixed and get their shots, they can be outdoors if there's nothing around. Though Zoe is dumb and will probably just find a hole to jump in or walk face into a snake or just like want to check out the inside of a gator's mouth. She's so dumb. But like really, I'd just rather not. If I'm gonna fight uphill against things around here, I'm still gonna be planning to leave as quickly as possible. Like, yeah, making music here though, that is a big part of the point of me being here. Like that's the best musicians are here. The energy for good music comes out of the ground here in this way that's just not quantifiable. Yeah, I know a couple of guys. I know a really brilliant bass player. I'd literally offer to pay to fly in with a little bit of wiggle room to do it, to work on stuff. Deke's primarily a drummer. For recording purposes, I'm really only a violin player. I'm a good retarded rhythm guitarist, but there's so many good guitar players here, but who knows who's going to have an objection to me in some way that I can't. I don't know. Jason Perry would love to play on stuff still, but I think he's in Greenwood. He was in the Rogonauts. He's the Jason of Jason and the Rogonauts. Scott Panther's probably out. He just won't do it. If I understand correctly, he's decided he's skeezed out by Deke because of occult stuff. But also, Scott Panther's just tangled up with, like, last time I dealt with Scott directly, I screamed my head off at him and threatened him for being a bad godfather to Rad. Which seems like a million years ago now in my personal narrative. But he's also one of the people who could have clearly briefed me on the trouble that was coming down on me if I came here. Only Rob Noxious was willing to tell me, and I thought he was being paranoid and speed freak. Like, I just thought, this is not serious. He's not around because he's just erring on the side of caution. He's keeping his distance from me. He's a good friend. He's done his best to be a good friend to Rad. But Rad acted so crazy on her way out of town. Yeah, and I mean, another thing about playing a show, like we would do some recordings and play a show. So even if there wasn't a club or a bar that wanted to host a show that paid well, we could do a live stream. But recordings matters more. Yeah, recordings matters more. But I mean, all that we could do somewhere else. There's just so much ruined by this madness. It's just madness and it's just ruinous. Just breaking things. Yeah, improv. John Holmes. I'm a big fan of Brian Eno in terms of like layering and improvising as you go while you're recording. I like, I mean, the reason I play really simple songs is simple charts, simple vibes. Musicians can just walk right into doing great stuff first take, and the energy first take with improv, especially if you got a good buzz, is key. I mean, the songs I write are a little more complicated than what I usually play when I play guitar in here. Like my songwriting is a little bit more. The other guitar, the neck was glued together, the bridge was glued together in such a way, and the neck was sitting wrong in such a way that I couldn't, like, even with that jangly, out of tune twang, it's still, I can only play up to about the fourth fret, and I'm only just starting to get practiced up. Like, I don't know if you can see, but I'm just starting to learn to get some action back in my hands for playing guitar with a little more facility and range. Like, the reason, I mean, I'm inclined to play all songs that are the same, like, 5 chords all the time, but uh, I do feel like you throw in a streak of um, clever writing. It doesn't hurt. Like, I did grow up on the Beatles just like everyone else. Like, I was really supposed to make great music here, and yeah, it's really a shame. If 5 or 6 key people had my back, and like, there's 1 or 2 people who sort of do, but they're not the right people. The people standing right next to me, like Scott and Ross, and a couple other people, the people who should just have my back no matter what, because they're old friends going all the way back. They know all these people. They know what's true about what's going on. They're just keeping their distance. Anyway, sad. People really don't like me. There's a lot of good reasons to really not like me, but if you're a musician who's worked with me, it's just damn foolishness not to work with me again, not to leap at the opportunity. I mean, it's a small town in Mississippi. I don't think these people know how to have the fortitude and character to fight against this kind of thing socially by just standing by an old friend. I mean, I know there's whisper conversations going on where, like I said, I'm swaying the broader argument, but it's not going to be swayed enough for me to work comfortably out front of the house in a nice restaurant for years, if ever, to play shows at the clubs. That'll come a little sooner, but it's uphill battle. I mean, all this might clear up a lot quicker than I think, but I don't think so. And I kind of don't. Now that I understand what's going on, like, I'm just like, this is damn foolishness. It's just damn foolishness, and I'd rather go somewhere else. In any case, I've signed a lease here. I'm back on a path where I have been paying bills like a stable adult. Like, I'm gonna get my ID tomorrow. Yeah, Oh So Very Ordinary was talking about maybe taking Pi and Zoe to make it easier for me to, like, move. Um, Tomorrow I'll talk to a lawyer and I'll see. I mean, there's a chance somebody's gonna be like, "Oh man, I really want to take this on. Sit tight. You're safe. It's good. We'll see." I mean, it's technically interesting for a lawyer. It's actually like it's like a doctor with a complex rare medical problem. Like, oh, you have this condition and these symptoms. Why, that's fascinating. Like, there's definitely an element to that with this. I'm I'm probably the most successful live streamer within, like, well, this side of New Orleans for sure. Man, I gotta live stream from New Orleans while I'm down here. Somebody's gotta drive me down to New Orleans. Come on. I gotta live stream from the corner. Like, I have to. It would be madness not to. It's my favorite place in the world. New Orleans is my favorite place in the world. There's nothing like the magic of New Orleans. There's just nothing. There's just nothing. I don't even know what happens if you live stream in New Orleans. Like, it's really hard to carry coherent stories about nights out in that town out of the neighborhood where they occurred. It's nearly impossible to photograph New Orleans in a way that catches it. Like, you can't actually see New Orleans in photos. Like, I've walked around New Orleans all night taking the most amazing photos of the craziest things, and then I look at them later and they somehow don't have the magic in them. Last time I was there was with Red 10 years ago now. um, Man, I look great, but I look old. I'm getting more old and tired by the minute. This business is weathering me. I'm so glad I have this dream. I don't know what I would do. I just don't know what I would do, guys. I didn't have you guys. I would go gently into that good night, I guess, is what I would do. I wish I could ride the bike down to the cemetery right now. I guess I could. I just don't. I don't want to do anything. All right, I managed to not buy liquor today. That's enough for today. I mean, like, I feel like I'm making some kind of progress. Yeah. I was looking through my book and the collection of movie reviews. It's a collection of movie reviews and interviews. I don't know. Written movie reviews seem so strange now. Like, now that I've worked up a game where I'm really good at just extemporaneously speaking, it seems really weird that movie reviews used to be about writing. Like, you had to develop a good game as a writer, like a prose stylist, in a peculiar way that's only specific to movie reviews. Some of these reviews are really good. There's some really good writing in my book. What is it? Zoe, you've had all the attention you need, little buddy. It's very sad, Squeak. That's a very sad squeaking noise you're making. Hi, Zoe. What's up? You have to come up? Yeah, that hurts. Yes, Zoe. I love you too, buddy. Yeah, we gotta make sure these guys stay in a proper home. That's the main thing. I should put that bed together. I don't know. Let me up, Zoe. I'm gonna take a gummy. We're gonna do our best to feel better here. I'm gonna take some kratom. Here's the water bottle. You know, and part of the problem is I really just don't care about movies. My heart's not in it. These times are too tough in the political environment, the social and political environment, but personally and just in general in the world right now. It's so urgent. Like that is for those who have bourgeois comforts, storytelling still matters. It's a set of core values and principles to enjoy a good movie or play or book. But the world just seems too urgent for me to want to engage in writing a horror movie or writing a... I mean, yeah, if I could write a screenplay that was pitched like as high and as hard as like a novel like Lord of the Rings, like, I mean, it is possible to address the heart of the matter in the world as it's happening and write good pop storytelling. But my heart's not in enjoying the pop storytelling anymore. It just really isn't. Like, I'm enjoying doing the live readings. Not as much as I should. If you can't write today, then you don't have to. Well, I mean, the screenplays are worth a couple of $100,000 each, in theory. If I get the right agent, maybe more. There's 5 ready to go if I read them over and touch them up. So it's kind of a heavy touching up. There's like a heavy style book rewrite. Screenwriting now involves a lot more capitalizing stuff as like cues for like department leads. I want to say generally things are underlined. Like, I need to look at some recent shooting scripts. A lot of this stuff is online. I need to look at a Chris Nolan. Oh, his scripts are fucked up. Actually, some spec scripts. Product placement never goes in the script. Like, you never mention that in the script. That's actually, you do that in, that's a line producer thing. Like, somebody specifically goes through and looks for places where products can be placed, and then a team fans out and looks for products that want to provide you with free samples in return for the product placement. And at least when I was out there 25 years ago, that had turned into just a bullshit job. Small companies that want to elevate their product would send out free crates of their stuff to anyone who even remotely said they might put it in their movie. Then nobody puts any of it in the movie. Don't write like Nolan. Well, no, the Batman movies actually probably have good scripts in terms of technical specs. The technical specs, like, I'm talking about style book, like what's underlined, what's capitalized, that stuff. Nolan is still the wrong one there because he fucks with them. Like, he wrote a script in the first person. That's not a script. What are you doing, dude? What are you, high? No, I need to look at spec scripts. Like movies that got sold to the studio by a writer who wasn't working, like the machinery that I need to access. Because this is a different process than actually trying to make good movies. As like a person who can produce, direct, act, that's a separate thing. Selling a screenplay to the Hollywood machine so that I've got operating cash to do whatever I want for 6 months. That's what the goal is. I have several scripts finished that are ready to sell, but I have to touch them up given the current state of style book expectations. So, like, it used to be, it was kind of optional. Like, so certain kinds of department head cues are consistently capitalized and always have been. For instance, when you mention the first time you mention a character's name, it's capitalized in the whole script the first time, and then after that it's not capitalized. Now they capitalize anything that's a cue for the line producer or a department lead. So, like, the specific 2 or 3 words that will describe a piece of furniture or an item of clothing, those will be capitalized. If a phrase says that a car crashes, that's a cue for the stunts and effects department, so you capitalize car crashes. Probably for 2 separate reasons. You capitalize car, you capitalize crashes. So basically, like, yeah, like 2/3 of the prose is now all capitals, because it makes it much easier to break down visually. Now, this stuff, I don't know. I don't know what the state of the art is. I haven't looked at a real Hollywood script in a while. Might be that the spec scripts, like, you actually, somebody will tell me I'll do all this work, and then somebody will be like, yeah, you're writing spec scripts. Actually, you don't have to do all that capitalizing. Like, but I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure everybody double underlines scene headers now. I have to look at another new script to be sure. My friend Peter Briggs sent me a script like a year ago, 2 years ago, a TV script he'd written, so I could look at what one of his scripts looks like in the current state of the art. But he was writing for TV, for animation. It was a Thunderbird script. So, hey Vincenzo, how are you? Whether or not I dislike Chris Nolan doesn't mean he isn't the first and foremost. But the big guys, they get to do what they want. The people putting together spec scripts with, and not just the big guys. There's certain kinds of projects, the script can be however they want it to be. And then sometimes they gotta, when they break it down, they've got to do a separate script that's actually the real script. You will find traces of this in, so sometimes really good producers will hire a novelist or another prose writer to write a script and then tell them to just write it however they want. And then they'll hire a screenwriter to fix it so you can break it down and shoot it. So a line producer can go through and figure out how to make the movie. Really good writing in prose form, formatted like a script, is not actually a script. It's a lot more technical than it appears at first glance. So one off the top of my head that's kind of famous is James Dickey's script for Deliverance. James Dickey wrote the novel Deliverance. John Borman, I think it was a work for hire for the studio. John Borman made Deliverance. James Dickey wrote the screenplay himself. Now, he was an egoist and an alcoholic. I suspect, I don't know, but I suspect he's one of those novelists who insisted on writing the script himself. The actual technical screenwriter who did the shooting script uncredited was Roscoe Pallenberg, who later wrote Zardoz, Exorcist II, Excalibur, I think at least one more major. Oh, he wrote The Emerald Forest. It was the first time he worked with Borman. There's all John Borman movies. But Roscoe Pallenberg was the actual, he wrote the shooting script, and James Dickey was contractually, he was going to get full screenwriting credit, even though there was a technical rewrite. But he got pissed. I think he actually had his name taken off the script. Isn't Exorcist II trash? I don't like it. It's my least favorite of those movies. My understanding is that John Borman and Roscoe Pallenberg were cornered into making a bad movie by a bunch of weird secondary considerations, and that there's an edit of it that was much better. I don't know if it's been released yet. Yeah, Exorcist 2 does not work. It just doesn't work. I mean, I think those guys were into psychedelic drugs. I don't, that was in 76. Richard Burton seems misplaced. Exorcist 3 is not just shockingly good. I think it's better than the original. Exorcist 3 is fucking phenomenal, man. It's so great. William Peter Blatty wrote The Exorcist. You think of him as a horror writer, but he was already a middle-aged guy deep into like the late phases of his career when he wrote The Exorcist in 1973. His mother died, and he had a crisis of Catholic faith, and wrote. But let me back up. He started out in writing comic screenwriting. He was a funny guy and a dialogue guy and a detective expert. He was the lead writer on Blake Edwards's comic detective show, Peter Gunn, which is most famous for the Henry Mancini theme song. He also wrote 2 of the first 3 Pink Panther movies for Blake Edwards. He wrote key drafts of The Pink Panther and A Shot in the Dark. So that's who William Peter Blatty was before his mom died in 73. And he had this bizarre crisis of faith and grief. And he wasn't a novelist primarily. And he wrote this odd horror story that's really about faith, Catholic faith, because he became fascinated by the idea that satanic possession proves God exists, which is actually silly. Like, that's just like, because there's an evil supernatural principle, there must be a good one. Like, come on. But if your mom died, you're not thinking right. It's humorless. I think the novel is slow. It was a huge bestseller. Just a completely unexpected huge bestseller. I think because the subject matter is so compelling. Like Jaws with the shark. Doesn't matter that the book's not very good. Or on point for Blatty. So he was already a famous screenwriter. So The Exorcist was this like off to the side, standalone one-off, like Burgess writing Clockwork Orange, but they hired him to write the screenplay from his own novel because, of course, he's a famous screenwriter. So, and at the same time, separately, the studio hired William Friedkin to direct it. William Friedkin was up and coming. I think he'd done some TV. He was already well known to be a weird, intense director. I don't remember what he'd done before The Exorcist. Maybe The French Connection is before The Exorcist. But they were hired separately to adapt a best-selling novel that happened to be the writer's work. So Blatty wrote this script. I read it in a paperback called Exorcist from Novel to Film. You can probably find this script online now. The French Connection was Friedkin, right? I don't remember whether it was before or after The Exorcist. I think it was before. Okay. So The French Connection was a hit before The Exorcist, which is part of why he was allowed to make such a good movie of The Exorcist. So Blatty wrote this script that plays on his whole earlier career. Lots of super funny comic dialogue, a lot of byplay with the detective having this sort of like what do you call it, Socratic dialogue with the priest. Didn't have much to do with his novel, The Exorcist. It was entirely distracted by this stuff about a serial killer in the neighborhood and the comic dialogue and the sidebar scenes. And William Friedkin read this script and was like, Blatty, man, you can't do this. I know you've written a great script here, but the audience has read your book. It's a bestseller. You can't just throw it out and do a different separate thing. You have to do a straight screenplay adapting your novel. You can't do this. So Friedkin wrote a second script. Not Friedkin, Blatty wrote a second script, the one they used, the famous movie. But the unproduced script that was like about 80 pages of other stuff that had nothing to do with the novel was well known in Hollywood. Blatty went on to direct. He managed to finance independently The Ninth Configuration. He wrote it and directed it, and that, again, his background in comic dialogue and detective stuff for TV is why that movie has such a strange script, and it's speed freak intense. Like, I don't know whether he was really into amphetamine, but if you haven't seen The Ninth Configuration or Exorcist 3, like, the amphetamine vibe is dialed up to 11. It's like watching a Howard Hawks movie. Ninth Configuration is so wired and so keyed up in terms of how much you got to pay attention that it's really, it'll set your teeth on edge. It's really fun and really intense, but it's a little overwhelming. Don't watch it drunk or like unfocused. So that was in, I don't know, 79, I think, something. So later he wrote a sequel to The Exorcist, and I don't remember what the novel was like. It's called Legion. But the studio let him direct because he had directed the one movie, Ninth Configuration, and he fought for the right to direct it himself. So Blatty directed Exorcist 3. And the script for Exorcist 3 is basically his original script for The Exorcist retooled. Like almost all the really good comedy stuff and the really weird detective stuff from his original script for The Exorcist is in Exorcist 3. Nobody directs acting or editing like Blatty. He only made the two movies, The Ninth Configuration and Exorcist 3, but they are unique. Like, there isn't another voice like his. Exorcist 3 is really funny. The detective stuff is really clever. When it is scary, it's super intense. It has the best jump scare in the history of the cinema in it. Just straight up the best jump scare ever. And like, Zoe, stop. Exorcist 3 is more psychological than the first two. It's just a lot more complicated and advanced and cerebral. It's not a simple-minded movie. It never pitches to the gallery. The dialogue is super clever. Like, it feels like if Preston Sturges or Ben Hecht wrote a skeezy horror movie. The acting is just like, there's this business where, so part of the plot is that there's a serial killer who was executed 15 years ago. And the serial killer starts killing again now. And the detective, played by George C. Scott, figures out that somehow the serial killer is escaping from a cell on the mental ward at this local hospital. And the guy in the cell is the dead priest from the original Exorcist. Zombified, intermittently possessed by, like, right, The Fallen is ripped off from this, totally ripped off from this. So the guy in the cell can astral project and take over other staff of the hospital and send them out to kill. In the cell, the guy you see is the priest from The Exorcist, like that really good character actor who's only in like two things, who played the priest in The Exorcist. His name escapes me. Really, like, kind of, and he's kind of the same type as me, actually. Really intense, kind of Shakespearean. So when George C. Scott figures out he's the killer, the idea is that sometimes the serial killer's evil soul takes over the priest's body. And in the scenes, he goes back and forth between being that actor and being Brad Dourif, who played Grima Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings. He's in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. He's in Heaven's Gate. Really brilliant character actor. He plays the serial killer in Exorcist 3. And in those scenes, the actor keeps going back and forth. The voice keeps going back and forth. It's pre-digital. I'm not sure how they did some of the sound manipulation in these scenes. My best guess is that they pre-recorded the sound, like the demon voices are Brad Dourif's and other actors and other voices, and they speed up and slow down in this way. Like you're watching Brad Dourif, he's at a normal speed. It's his voice, and it's like speeding up and slowing down. I don't even know how they did some of it. There's dripping water in the scene too, so it just fucks with you about your sense for how the sound works. And like the dialogue is just some of the most quotable dialogue ever, and really the best boo scare ever. Like there's this bit that's set up where you know that the killer is going to come for somebody's head with these big shears. And so it's like quiet at night in the hospital, and you're watching a nurse and a doctor go around on their rounds, and you realize, like, okay, a murder's coming, a big boo scare is coming. And it builds it up for so fucking long that you're watching it for like 4 minutes. It keeps getting, the tension keeps getting worse and worse. And you keep thinking, like, there's no way this whatever's about to happen can pay off all this buildup. And it fucking, I can't even, it's just an image of it's been memed a lot, this image of this big guy storming across the hall with the clippers. Like, I can't even describe how scary it is. And it's not just the whole scene building up to it is incredible. Yeah, it's super cool. I think it's a better movie than The Exorcist. I mean, The Exorcist is really good. My favorite William Friedkin movie is Cruising or maybe Sorcerer. Like, I think those are both better than The Exorcist. French Connection I watched again fairly recently, and I didn't like it much. I never liked that movie much, but the car chase is great. I mean, it has moments. How's my night, low-key, Sean Haggerty? It's all right, man. I'll make it. I'll make it one more day. Christ. I'm fine. How are you doing? Who is Sean Haggerty? Isn't Sean Haggerty the guy from Grizzly Adams? Am I remembering that right? Isn't the French Connection of Gene Jackman? Gene Hackman is a racist, sleazy detective. Whoa, Joe, you know what's interesting about that? So it's from 1970, and the reason I remember that is I was doing this thing where I was going year by year, and I was watching movies in the order they came out, right? Like I've been doing in the silent movie videos recently, but I was working on 1970, maybe 69. In any case, The French Connection and Dirty Harry came out within like a month of each other, and they're both sleazy, realistic toned cop movies. French Connection is a little more high toned than Dirty Harry, but they have really similar moments establishing that the cop is just kind of racist because they're antisocial. Like it's misanthropy, not racism. Like they hate everybody, and if you're black, they hate you for being black. 71. Okay, so I was working on 1971. So let me see if I can remember. I don't, the moment with Gene Hackman where he uses the N-word really derisively of like a suspect. He's like the N-word that grabbed the wallet. And the partner says, kind of like taken aback, he could have been a white guy. I can't remember what he says in follow-up though. Like, and Dirty Harry is like, in Dirty Harry, there's a moment where he says something like, I hate N-words, and somebody's like, well, that's like rough, and he says, I hate everybody. But it's a really similar moment, like establishing that the cops just omnidirectional, like antisocial. Like, yeah. Popeye Doyle is, yeah. I don't think Gene Hackman's very good in that movie. I just don't think Gene Hackman's good at playing tough guys. And I don't, yeah, it's a question of how you cast him. I think I only like Gene Hackman when you cast him as a sweet, decent guy who happens to seem gruff and scary. If you cast him as gruff and scary, I don't think he's convincing. I really like him in Hoosiers. I can't think of anything else I really like him in. You know, maybe I just don't like him much. I don't think he has much presence. Pick your toes in Poughkeepsie. That's a strange thing to say. Thank you for the gold coin, Loki Sean Haggerty. 71 is just such a great year for movies anyway. I think The Conversation is one of the worst great movies ever made, Wojo Squad. I cannot enjoy that movie. I think it's so boring. It's so boring. I've tried to watch it. I think I've watched it almost all the way through. I know like a lot of people really love not The Connection, The Conversation. If anyone here doesn't know, The Conversation is a big deal to some people. It's Francis Ford Coppola's like paranoid drama about surveillance systems and private detectives realizing they're being watched. It's sort of oblique. It's almost abstract. It is a bit like Blowout. I might like it more now that I like Blowout. I didn't like the sound design. Yeah, people love the sound in that. I didn't like Blowout. Do you mean Blowout or Blow Up? You mean Blowout with Travolta. um, I really like Blow Up, but I didn't like it the first time I saw it. I had to come back to it like 20 years later, and then I really liked it. It's like Easy Rider. I just didn't get it the first time. I also didn't get Last Tango in Paris when I first saw it in like 89 or 90. I was really annoyed that Last Tango in Paris isn't very erotic. Like, I got together with a cute girl in the dorm at Emerson, and it was like a date movie, and it didn't inspire us to like touch each other. Like, it isn't that kind of movie. They didn't do that kind of thing. They didn't understand that erotic movies are supposed to be hot date movies until like the 80s. Like anything that had heavy sex in it, you could just get burned by something violent and horrible. Blow Up is less plot focused than Blow Out of The Conversation. Yeah, I mean, big chunks of Blow Up are just sort of atmosphere. Like, but it's pretty carefully structured for that kind of like drugged out bullshit job. Like, I thought it was just sort of boring and meandering the first time I saw it, but when I saw it again, I like there's there's um there's some really carefully structured stuff in it. Like there's a long sequence. What's his name? David Hemmings. He like it sort of just goes to speak to why he's a man about town in London. He's got money to burn and he acts casual. And he's very confident and he just seems sort of like high and disarrayed and like fucking around with being a photographer. But there's a sequence that kind of establishes how he gets away with that. Like he's gets off the highway in London in his fancy sports car. He gets gas at a gas station in an odd neighborhood. He looks around and decides to park. There's a long sequence of him just walking around, looking at the streets and the neighborhood. And in the middle of this sequence, he stops sort of to check out like this gay guy walking two toy poodles down the sidewalk. I don't remember, they're two poodles. It's a gay guy with two poodles, very queeny guy. So then he goes to a phone booth and he calls a real estate broker. I don't know. He calls a money man. He calls somebody and he's like, yeah, I want you to put any available money we have that's just floating into property in this neighborhood. And he explains where he is in town. And the guy on the phone is like, why? And he's like, this place is about to get expensive. And the guy's like, what, that neighborhood? There's just nothing there. And the guy's like, I'm telling you, it's about to get expensive here. I just saw a queer walking two poodles. We got to buy up in this neighborhood now. And it's like it takes like 6-7 minutes to do it. It doesn't like seem very smart or focused unless you're paying close attention. But I was like, okay, that's why he can operate in London. Like he knows how to stay slightly rich. Like he's got the eye and the touch. And generally the movie is about how he's got a knack for wandering into the interesting corners of what's going on in the world. Like he literally like wanders through a Yardbirds show and ends up with part of a smashed guitar. like which also that has to do with London too. And Blow Up is really good at London being a character in the movie. I love it when they shoot entirely in found locations in a city and it's a character in the movie. Like I really love Don't Look Now for being the Venice movie. And I mean several Hitchcock movies do that with different parts of Europe. That town in the Birds. Yeah. And I sure talk like I still love movies. I sure sound like I still love movies. I'm really a little taken aback by how small the numbers are tonight. Mondays used to be big for me. Mondays used to be the biggest night. The Birds always sounded. Oh my God, you haven't seen The Birds? That movie's amazing. It's really incredible. Yeah, that movie's really great. But Hitchcock movies are always slow burn by modern standards. Like they always build up to peak moments of tension. Um, yeah, I don't know. The bird attack scenes are pretty amazing. I don't like if you just are inclined to think random old horror movies are gonna bore you. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. I'm trying to think what Hitchcock movie I'd recommend, but they're the best Hitchcock movies are super slow. Like his sellout mainstream hits aren't that fun. Like his best movies, barely anything happens in them, like Rope and Vertigo and Shadow of a Doubt. I love Shadow of a Doubt and Vertigo. I'm not sure I would have liked them when I was young at all. Like I think they're a middle aged thing. You gotta be patient. You gotta be stoned on opiates. You liked North by Northwest? That's the one I don't like. I can't get into that movie. I love Cary Grant in To Catch a Thief. That's another one I really like. I mean I love Cary Grant's in His Girl Friday, which is just the greatest movie ever made. Shadow of a Doubt is better than but Psycho's not very good. Like Psycho he financed out of pocket for chump change because he didn't want his technical crew from his TV show Alfred Hitchcock Presents to have to find other work during the hiatus and therefore perhaps be unavailable in the fall when they started shooting Alfred Hitchcock Presents again. So he really wanted to keep the cinematographer, bunch of other technical support staff. So they shot Psycho on the same flat, shitty looking 16 millimeter stock that they were using for the TV show. And then there's like, he famously bought the rights to the novel for $50 because nobody thought it was going to go anywhere. He didn't actually intend to release Psycho. It was just some bullshit to occupy the crew. They made it for a crazy small amount of money. He didn't think it was good. Hitchcock didn't think it was good when it was finished and was about to just chuck it in the closet and swallow the loss. And the studio was like, but it's a finished Hitchcock movie. Can we at least have test screenings? And then at test screenings, audiences went nuts for it. Because that shower scene carries an audience. Like that, hey, Dusty, how are you? The first half of Psycho building up to the shower scene is great. Like it really hits a stride. It's just like that sleazy film noir atmosphere. And then the way Anthony Perkins being weird seems to interrupt the movie. Like that long scene where they're sitting in his study and he's like down in the corner of the shot with the hawk up here and just talking way too much about his mom and like you're like, why is this like even if you know what's coming, it seems like it off balances the movie. I love the scene whenever it's a horror movie. Psycho's really good. The bit where the detective gets killed is really good too. The radical editing is what makes it, but it's only in those scenes because they didn't spend money on the editors, making the whole movie that crazy. Have you seen Night of the Hunter with Robert Mitchum? Like that's from the same era as Psycho and about 5 times as scary, maybe 10 times as good a movie. That movie, more people should see Night of the Hunter. Robert Mitchum, and who else is in that? I think Lillian Gish plays the little old lady. I guess nobody else in it's famous. No, that's not true. Shelley Winters is in it. I hate the psychobabble of Psycho and Dressed to Kill's endings. I don't. I want to say I read that they put that scene in where they explain things at the end of Psycho, because they were just worried that audiences would, they didn't want it to accidentally be a mind fuck, right? Like they figured it's better to over explain. Same reason they put in the scene at the end of Eyes Wide Shut where Sidney Pollack explains to Tom Cruise what was going on with the sex party and the girl who disappeared. That I read the book that the screenwriter wrote. His name always escapes me. Frederick Raphael wrote Eyes Wide Shut for Stanley Kubrick, and he wrote a book about it that's weirdly bitter. It seems like it's like alcoholic narcissist talk. He seems to just want to take Kubrick down a peg posthumously for some reason. But Eyes Wide Shut. So what he says that's interesting in the book about writing Eyes Wide Shut is that he sort of brags at length about winning the argument about putting in the scene where Sidney Pollack brings Tom Cruise back in to explain everything to make him stop investigating. That scene, Kubrick didn't want that in. So the way the movie would have gone the way Kubrick wanted to do it is that Tom Cruise is investigating. He gets to the part where he sees the dead girl on the slab, and then it goes straight to him coming home and finding the mask on the pillow and breaking down and crying and explaining something to his wife that we don't hear. Like, it's a whole different level of strange and cool. But the scene with Sidney, so I always skip that scene now. I watched it both ways and I was like, I think Kubrick was right. Like that scene, for one thing, when Sidney Pollack starts explaining about the sex club and the dead girl and you just think he's lying. Like you're like, wait a minute. That's what's obviously going on. So why are you explaining it? Next time you watch Eyes Wide Shut, skip the pool room scene at the end where Sidney Pollack brings Tom Cruise back in to explain. Like I've watched it the last 3 or 4 times I've watched it, I just skipped that part. And it's weird. Skipping that part turns it into this like 2001 psychedelic abstract thing in this very weird way. Like the whole movie is completely different. I love that movie so much. That movie's so great. You never saw 2001? Whoa. Well, you should. That's just the best. 2001 it's not. Oh, I don't think so. It's slow. I mean, if you like any Stanley Kubrick movie, like you're used to the pace. The story of 2001 is just completely unique. There's just absolutely nothing like it. Not at all, even a little bit. Like, there isn't, there's monkeys killing each other. So, yeah, the first part of the movie is about how, naturally, cavemen are vegetarian. And since they're built omnivorous, but have somehow not figured out that they can kill and eat animals, or each other, competitively, they're about to starve to death. And then the monolith appears and hums this strange song at the cavemen, and they immediately begin killing animals and killing each other. So we understand that the monolith is a trigger for evolutionary advancement. And then we leap forward to the year 2001, the next time humanity encounters the monolith. They're guys in suits. It's like Planet of the Apes. It's about evolution, and it's also a retelling of the Jesus story, the Prometheus story. There's really nothing like it. It's really, 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 really good. I don't know. I think I like all the major Kubrick movies. Dr. Strangelove is my least favorite. But I like that one now too. It took me watching that 3 or 4 times to really like it. And I love Lolita and of course Clockwork Orange. Planet of the Apes got dull at points. Yeah, because it's got Rod Serling wrote that script. There's too much talking. I always feel like it should have 5 minutes less of Charlton Heston running his mouth in the desert at the beginning. It should just be 10 minutes shorter all around. I'm not sure why it isn't, except I don't know. They were high. Like, I'm not sure. Rod Serling wrote it, so yeah. I don't know what happens if you fool around with it and try to edit it a little bit down. It feels like it would be better if it was a little shorter. Dr. Strangelove, but the plain stuff was dull. Terry Southern's such a good writer. Terry Southern wrote that script. His porn novel Candy is amazing. If I'm remembering right, the way it went is that well, Lolita was originally published abroad. It was deemed too obscene by American publishers, and so a Parisian publisher brought out Lolita by Nabokov in English, and it was a bestseller as a like semi-contraband item. Like people were mail ordering it or bringing it in like by hand from France. Um, so Lolita was this stealth bestseller. Um, and then there were one or two other bestsellers around that era that again, they were pornographic by mainstream American standards, but it was because America was dragging its ass. It was like when unrated movies started coming out on video, and then the studios had to just catch up and change the rating system. Um, I'm trying to think of other books that I want to say it might be the same. Might be the same people who published Emmanuel, who published Lolita. I'm trying to remember what other books they published, but Terry Southern and the guy who ran the press wrote a parody pornographic novel called Candy. That's so fucking funny. Didn't Kubrick make Lolita overly? No, I like Kubrick's movie and I don't like Nabokov's novel. But it was Kubrick wanted to make it a comedy. Like they put several filmmakers on trying to figure out how to make a movie of the obscene novel about the high school girl and her stepfather. Uh, it was Kubrick's idea to make it a comedy and a vehicle for Peter Sellers. So so it was possible to make the movie. Like otherwise it's just foul, especially for when that movie was made. So you don't want to watch a comedic Lolita? I don't like the book for not being funny. It's the and Nabokov wrote the script. So that's the weird thing about it. Nabokov did not like the idea of rewriting it as a comic vehicle for Peter Sellers, but he did it anyway. Like they gave him the fuck you size Hollywood paycheck. So it's got all this very Nabokovian dialogue. Yeah, I just don't think it works except as a comedy. Um, like it's just sort of seedy and prurient. The novel, I don't like it at all. Movie's fun. Um, it's serious subject matter. If as a comedy sounds annoying, you mean like Doctor Strangelove with the nuclear war? That's yeah. You can make anything funny. In fact, the more serious it is, the better off you are making it funny. I think. Of course, I haven't seen The Day the Clown Cried yet. That might be a bridge too far. That concentration camp comedy. I haven't seen that yet. Actually, my understanding is that that's not a comedy. That's part of why they thought it was going to flop. They actually released it. Doctor Strangelove is funny because it's good satire. Well, so is Lolita. Um, it's still a very complex, layered critique of American sexuality and morality. Have you seen the new Scary Movie? No, I've only seen part of the first one. I've never kept up with that series. I just don't think those movies are they don't look very funny to me anyway. Lolita, the book is supposed to be seedy. The movie is very seedy. It's just really funny. Um, yeah, Peter Sellers as Quilty is just that's a career-making performance. James Mason as Humbert is incredible. Sue Lyon is really great too as Lolita. Um, yeah, I mean all those perform. Shelley Winters as the mom. That cast is just perfect. Um, yeah. Yeah, the scene where Quilty approaches Peter Sellers at the hotel on the porch in shadows and starts sort of needling him, pretending to be a cop. It is one of the funniest things ever made. It's really one of the funniest scenes ever in any movie. Um, it's a couple of regular guys like you and me. I ping you pong. Yeah, yeah. Peter Sellers is incredible as Quilty. Um, I mean, the remake is more of a straight adaptation of the book in terms of tone. but they stole the structure like scene for scene from the Kubrick movie, like, and just didn't play stuff for comedy and didn't use the comic dialogue. I don't know that you could make a serious movie of Lolita because you don't want to spend time with that. Like, it's so psychological. It's seeing Jeremy Irons play Humbert, and it's a straight serious read on the character, is just sort of disturbing and gross. They also they kind of made her sexy in the remake, and that's really disturbing to me too. I think they just handled it wrong. Hey, John Porky, how are you? You like Once Upon a Time in America so far? Man, that is one of the most beautifully produced movies ever. I hate all the like Rabelaisian stuff, all the rape and spying on the naked girl and the poop stuff and the prostitute, and I just hate all the gross stuff. Lolita is supposed to be disturbing, but making it funny doesn't make it less disturbing. It's like Dr. Strangelove. Making it funny does not undercut that at all. It makes it just a little more palatable. It's like making a war movie fun in the action sequences. Like Saving Private Ryan, the scenes where people are being blown to pieces are really fun. It's a fun action movie. If they played it just grim, it would just be really bad, like really, really unpleasant. Yeah, Noodles is a perv. There's so much pervy stuff in that movie. It's weird. It's weird how pervy that movie is. The rape element in that movie is really disturbing. I'm trying, but the cast are so cool. Saving Private Ryan ending and beginning is unneeded. Yeah, and also like it doesn't work. It's not his flashback. You can't cross dissolve to the face of like a different guy. Like saving like Private Ryan wasn't there for most of the movie. You know, like you can't like be like, oh no, Tom Hanks is gonna die, and it's actually Private Ryan. The writing is really off on Saving Private Ryan all around. Like I reviewed that for a newspaper when it came out, and my main impression was like, man, they just should have crossed out like 20 minutes of the dialogue. Just made it a much less talky movie. Made it really more impressionistic. The acting is a little weak, but they're so overwhelmed by the production. Like the war stuff, like the scale of the war stuff on that movie is just insane. I mean, it's no Longest Day. Liberty Bible Institute, how are you? Well, thank you. Thank you for the kind thoughts. Ancient of Days always reminds me of this crazy book I read. There's a Kabbalistic manuscript called the Sefer Yetzirah. The Sefer Yetzirah is really weird. It's really weird. It's basically like a list of paths of energy with a whole bunch of numbers, a whole bunch of numerology. Like it's like the path of God's light and energy breaks into 64 and that breaks into 100. Like it's really weird. It's just math mostly. So I was trying to find a translation of it, but pre-internet, I was trying to find a translation of it. And Jewish mythology, right? And Kabbalist, it's early Kabbalistic. It's a really early Kabbalistic manuscript. But yeah, it's Jewish magic. It is numerology. It's straight up like Jewish medieval magic. But even for that, it's pretty incoherent. Like it's hard to tell exactly what it's supposed to be or mean. I've never talked to a Kabbalist about it, but when I was researching it, I was trying to read all the basic Kabbalistic manuscripts. But I only had access to libraries here in Hattiesburg. This was pre-internet. So I got hold of this book that purported to be a translation of the Sefer Yetzirah, straight translation of the whole manuscript, which is not an easy thing to run across pre-internet. But the author of the book had this theory that manuscript was a schematic for a machine from space that makes food out of air. And the Jews wandering in the desert had this machine with them, and that's what they used to make manna, and that is what is meant by the Ancient of Days. And he had this, that's how I knew when you brought up Ancient of Days, and I knew right away, okay, there's only like 3 places or 2 places where that phrase is used in the Bible. Like, it's just a peculiarly rare usage, and it's generally considered to be sort of an alternate usage for the Spirit. It's not, Jewish ancient witchcraft. Yeah. I didn't understand until relatively recently that the prohibitions against witchcraft in the Bible being so strident and stringent have to do with magic being culturally embedded in Jewish people and neighborhoods. At some point I realized, reading up on this, and I was working with an Orthodox rabbi in Miami, and I saw him charging people to do Orthodox stuff that's basically magic, like tying on the thing and saying the prayer and putting words on you. It's basically magic. And a form of grift for the rabbi. They pay the rabbi to do it. These young guys would come by and pay the rabbi to bless them before a job interview or something. And I realized at some point, okay, cast your mind back to village culture. The shtetl is next to the white people village, the locals, the non-Jews, the goys. Someone's going to start selling charms to them because they're going to come around. They're going to come around and be like, you guys have some magic here that works. It seems like you guys are doing well. Will you do the magic on me? Well, you're supposed to say it's not magic and it's only for Jews, because somebody is going to start selling charms to the locals, and then eventually they're going to come burn all the witches. And the witches are going to be the Jews. Like, I thought it through, and I was like, okay, but isn't prayer different from magic? Yes. The stuff that's ceremonial magic about the Jewish things I'm talking about specifically is about putting language on blessed pieces of paper, folding up the paper. There's traces of this in mainstream Jewish culture, like the mezuzah, the thing that you put on the door, has a folded up prayer in it. It's blessed and it's supposed to protect the household. And so, yeah, there's traces of medieval magic all over Jewish culture. There's traces of medieval magic all over Christian culture too, but it's more like paganism, and it's a little bit different. Like I don't have to explain to you. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Black magic and white magic from the same source, not according to Jews and Christians. Jewish medieval magic, they did believe, black magic is, Christians think all magic is evil. Like, if it's Christian, it's not magic, is the way modern Christians formulate that. Jews are a little more cagey and complex about it. What do I think about political stuff? I'd rather not talk about it until we can line them all up against a wall and ask them some hard questions. We have a mezuzah? Yeah, I want one. I don't feel comfortable without having one. Oh, so very ordinary. Growing up in a Jewish household, yeah. Also, I didn't know until later that setting the mezuzah at an angle is an Ashkenazi thing. Like, if you're an Ashkenazi Jew, you set it at an angle. Hey, Penelope, how are you? Let me open the group chat and make sure they're there and see. I wanted to make sure you got invited to the group chat. Oh my God, where is it? So you come in late, huh? When your folks go to bed, I bet. How was your day, Penelope? Was it better than yesterday? Good. Mysticism was a big thing in medieval days. Yeah, I mean, you got to remember that the history of these religions and the history of the way they treated of certain kinds of sins and crimes, and the history of the way they dealt with magic, and tribalism and racism embedded in the culture of the Hebrews and the Muslims and such. These things develop over time. They develop and change over time. And then reading the original manuscripts becomes complicated because a lot of the background is semi-forgotten, semi-forgotten. A little bit. Good. Santeria is heavily practiced. Yeah, that's... There's a lot of theories about what the manna from heaven might have been. I do think that the manna from heaven does seem like there must have been a real thing rather than it's a mythology or fairy tale or storytelling thing. Like, Noah's Ark seems like it's like there was a flood, but there wasn't an ark, right? Like, manna seems like there was something real there. And I always thought the idea that the Ancient of Days was some kind of like machine from space that was like 500,000 years old or something was really cool. I didn't buy it. Like, that's a crazy idea. It's alien technology from the chariots of the gods. Like, what? Um, you're saying that you'll be here later tonight because you need to do your schoolwork? Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to do a reading stream for a little while in a minute, but then I'll come back in here and do a chat stream more later. And we'll make sure the girls get you into the chat, Satan, or I think Satan's the only one who's competent to invite people to the chat, actually. I remind you of your grandpa that passed 3 years ago. Oh, Lando. I assume he was very smart and very good looking. But couldn't angels and demons be seen as aliens in a way? Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of complex ideas about relating Christian cosmology to new mythologies and scientific understandings. Yeah. There's if you haven't read them, C.S. Lewis's novels Out of the Silent Planet, Paralandra, and That Hideous Strength explore that. C.S. Lewis was very Christian, and he liked to embed Christian theology in his fiction. Of course, he wrote The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which is the Jesus story. But his idea is that there are spheres of angels and demons that are basically like more advanced, intelligent beings than humans. They're like the elves in Lord of the Rings, but some of them have transcended physical presence, and each group of angels or demons has a sphere of influence that's one of the planets, and that Earth is behind a satanic shadow that has occluded all mental and physical activity on the planet. And so the other planets and their systems of angels are not allowed to directly communicate with people on Earth because Earth is an evil place. And that's why it's called the Silent Planet. It means radio silence. Out of the Silent Planet means the characters come from Earth. The Nephilim are so weird. You're Mr. Bob Dennis. How are you, Mr. Bob Dennis? But it says Dr. Bob. Mr. Bob, how are you? Do you know who Michael Jackson is? Yes. Yeah, the Nephilim, huh? You know what's really weird is how, like, the internet is bringing out that there's a lot of really good evidence that there are giants. Like, that there were actually giants in the earth in those days, and there's still some giants. It seems weird. Like, also, the giants. Have you guys seen the giant snake in the Congo film? I just saw that for the first time recently. Have you guys seen the video of the like 60 or 100-foot snake in the Congo? The Book of Enoch the Book of Enoch is nuts. Dr. Bob, Mr. Bob, I'm sorry for your issues. I'm sorry. What genre of music would I like the final dentist chair? Dentist chairs are cool. Dentist chairs make good furniture. It's true. What genre of music do I like? A bunch. I'm a musician, so I've got really like broad eclectic taste. Mostly lately, I'm into sort of, I don't know, lounge. I don't know, exotica, lounge, sort of surf rock. I've been listening to a lot of instrumental music from the 50s and 60s. I will chair modest rent and we can drink together. I'm not sure what you're offering, Dr. Bob. This is puzzling to me. The butterfly people phenomenon refers to sightings of winged human-like entities reportedly witnessed by survivors, especially children. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of weird stories about angels over battlefields and, like, devastation. I mean, the Mothman is one of those, right? Like that one is, that one's really, really odd. If anybody doesn't know about the Mothman prophecies, or the Mothman incidents, it's Mothman Prophecies was a best-selling book about it, written by a guy, one of the guys who did the original research. But basically, people saw visions of this like flying Bigfoot thing, basically like a giant flying owl, the Mothman, leading up to this disaster, this bridge disaster. I think 150 people were killed. A giant bridge collapsed. I think in Pennsylvania. I don't remember where the bridge was. And I might be exaggerating the number, but there were a lot of casualties. There's a really good movie with Richard Gere, of all people, coming up in the stream again. Do you know a Thomas Bride? He is my son. No. Did I have a wife? I did. My wife Angie left in 2014. I have been faithful to her. I've tried a couple times. I can't. I miss her. I miss my wife. I loved her very much. She left me when I got off the painkillers. I shouldn't have got healthy. I should have just stayed pinned to the mat. Dependent. Subservient. Thomas told me to stop by. Are you sure? Thomas Bride. Where do I know him from? I mean, like, specifically, like what? Acid taker. Well, I mean, that would, yeah. I mean, I used to eat a lot of acid back in the 90s. So he may remember me better than I remember him. Tell him I said hello. I'm always happy to see old friends. But I mean, if you're local, you know what's going on. I'm not going to be able to have local friends for a month or two while I finish sorting things out. I need to get a job that is not public facing. I'm a little disturbed about that. I love working with restaurants with customers. You know nothing. Descriptions and sightings fit the sandhill crane, a large American crane. Oh yeah. No, I know sandhill cranes. They're kind of common in a neighborhood I lived in Florida. No, come on. I mean, probably a few of them. Have you read up on the history of the Mothman? Like, it's some of it's not there, and there's too many witnesses for it to be like not credible. Like it's like the Loch Ness Monster or Bigfoot. Like after a while, you're like, okay, this isn't just made up. Like the Mothman, there's like I don't know, probably 3 dozen sightings, and maybe only 5 or 6 of them are really of interest because there is definitely like an effect there where there's local like young people making out in the woods thinking they saw something. Why not public facing? Shouldn't that be over now? No. No, that's why I have to talk to a lawyer tomorrow. They're not taking stuff down. They're not complying with the order. So I have a few gold plates for girls left. Would you be interested in gold dentures? I mean, my back teeth are messed up, not my front. Well, I got this one. I mean, my teeth are a mess. Like, I could really use dental work. But I need custom pieces for dentures in the back. Do I know who Zachary Mayfield is? No. Anyway, oh so very ordinary. Now that there's a faction in town that is against me and convinced I did these terrible things, they're going to blow up the phones anywhere they see me running a counter or waiting on tables or doing anything where I face the public. They'll mob. It only takes 2 or 3 people. So anywhere that I run a register or run a counter or work in a restaurant, as soon as I am seen, I'm gonna have trouble at my work. Unless it's somewhere very corporate. Like I might be able to get away with working for like Burger King or McDonald's or something, maybe. But I'm probably best. Like somebody earlier suggested I get a factory job. There is a chicken plant here that's always hiring because they rounded up all their Venezuelans. So, overly hour, just an ad for Dr. Bus. Have you heard of the Bunny Man of East Fairfax, Virginia? Yes, I have actually. There's a couple of movies about the Bunny Man. That's so weird. There's also the New Orleans Axeman. Yeah, I could make a good serial killer movie here in Mississippi if I can clear my reputation enough to hire up cast and crew. Um, because I'd be really good at playing a serial killer. I'm a little old. It depends on the kind of serial killer. He's a tall man in a bunny suit. Yeah, yeah. Like, why would you do that? I guess maybe the bunny suit's the only suit he had. Like, he could have been a stormtrooper, but Star Wars didn't exist then, so. Scared little kids all over DMV. Do I know what chemtrails are? Sort of, yeah. My friend, the filmmaker Damon Packard, is really obsessed with the chemtrails. Big Dave, that I lived with a couple of months ago, he was all about the chemtrails. Do you guys need food and water? Is that what this is? Yes, that is. Oh. What just flew into me? Slang denotes how officious everyone is around here. Wait, District, Maryland. I've never been away from home for more than 2 weeks. Hey, John Porky, I was about to ask if you're still in here because I'm about to go read. I'm about to go read some Tolkien. Now I'm too depressed and I feel too ill really to. But I can manage a little. I'm one of the things I'm thinking about doing is just letting the reading streams be shorter sometimes because I'm definitely skipping it some nights because I want to make sure I go at least 45 minutes or an hour when I read. It doesn't. It's math actually in part. Like everyone watches it later if it like it's like people don't know it's even going on for 45 minutes. Like randos start coming in after the first 40 or 50 minutes. Like the rhythm of how the algorithm treats live streams. You got to go for at least an hour 15 before like there's a number. Yeah, we're almost finished. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. It seems there must be more than I remember because it looks like there's at least 3 more long readings in the book. But yeah, I got to run the air conditioner for a minute before. I hate running the AC while I do that. It's warm enough in here. How am I doing at work? I don't have a job right now. This is my only job right now. Yeah, chemtrails supposedly airdropped by jets. That's one of those conspiracy theory things where I know so many smart people who buy into the chemtrails conspiracy theories that I haven't really looked into it myself, but I feel like there has to be something to it because I know a lot of smart people who
who are kind of obsessed with the chemtrails conspiracies. I mean, clearly they do actually have the technology that people think they'd be using to do that. Like, I don't know how widespread or, I mean, they do have some ability to control the weather in certain ways that we don't, you know. They can definitely make it rain. They made it rain on Woodstock. I thought we were talking about the DMV, how it's a horrible place. Did you mention the DMV? They make it more difficult to get driver's license. They need to make it more easy to get a driver's license. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have to go tomorrow. I'll find out what maybe I can like rent or borrow a car to retest with Dare. Like, I don't have a way to get a car to do it with, so like I'd much rather have a driver's license than just a picture ID. If I have a driver's license, then I can rent a van and leave town whenever I get like a living situation set up. I mean, we were just talking about Also Very Ordinary taking Pi and Zoe in DC, and then like I live in Chicago. Like I could do that in one. I could drop off the van and take a bus from there. But I have to be able to rent a van and do it. It's still crazy expensive, but it's not prohibitive, really. Given the situation I'm in, I can skip the last month's rent before I leave here. Save enough money to do it that way. What is it, Zoe? Yeah, maybe I should try to work at the chicken plant. Maybe I should trust that I have the physical stamina to work long shifts at these places. And what is it, Zoe? Was there no way to avoid this? No, I mean, no. I mean, I just shouldn't have come back to Mississippi. It's a shame. I thought I had family and friends here, and I just don't. Where are you going, Zoe? I have less friends than I would in a place where I'm a stranger. Almost. I mean, almost. Have you ever been to Missouri? No. I have a dentist in you, thank you. I need a dentist. I don't have any money to get any dental work done. Yeah, Zoe loves me. Yeah. I gotta make sure these guys have a home. I can't just take them to a shelter. They have to have a home where they get to stay together. Slowly. Alright guys, I'm gonna duck out of here. I'm gonna take some Tylenol. I'll come back in a minute and read some Tolkien. And then we'll do a late night chat stream. Like I told Penelope, I'll come back in after I read. And we'll hang out some more before I pass out. Thanks for being here, guys. You met District, Maryland, Virginia, like DMV because it's so ridiculously uptight. The DMV was mentioned. Yeah, I gotta go tomorrow, and it's like it's an 8-mile bike ride, and then I'm gonna have to actually wait. How long? It makes sense to have some kind of caravan if you have cats. I mean, and the place that I'm welcome to go live is like probably not a permanent situation at all, but I can land on my feet and start finding a place to live. If I have somewhere else for the cats, temporarily or permanently, that would make the whole thing so much easier. But it's really got to be like family. It's got to be somebody in here or somebody I can trust. Like, they got to be safe. They got to be just as safe as they are with me. They're my family. I wouldn't have made it this far without them. And I've already spent a great deal of money in trouble. Who's your best friend? I guess, I don't know, my friend Daryl in Massachusetts, maybe. I've only got a few old friends left. Daryl's the only old friend I talk to regularly these days. Yeah, Pi is getting mad at Zoe for being weird. And Zoe is preventing Pi from being snuggly with me. And this has been going on for several days. Pi is just straight pissed all the time now. When I try to snuggle or pet Pi whack it, Zoe like gets in the way. It's And Pi is also just annoyed with Zoe being frisky and meowing a bunch and acting snuggly and sort of heatsy. Pi is just done. Pi is like, no. She's been hissing at her and swatting at her to keep her from coming up to her. Right, Pi, whack it. All right there, Zoe. All right. This is good. All right, guys. I'll figure something out. We'll figure it out. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. No, or later. I'm gonna come in later, like I said. What is that? Fly? I have no idea what kind of flying bug I'm looking at. The one that ran into me a minute ago. Yeah, I'm gonna go read some Tolkien, and then I'll be back in here in a little while.